treated, we can get into that some other time, was such that probably nobody will dare be as courageous and bold as she was. So we're in a different place now. The utilities really kind of are running rampant at this point, and people are beginning to look at their profits and saying, why are we letting them do this? But in Connecticut, they really pushed everybody else around. The new constituted PURA, which is now 5 members versus 3, is a very different animal than it was before. We have different levels of expertise. It's a little less political, even though there are 2 former legislators on there, the other being Holly Cheeseman, who I respect as a former colleague. They're still feeling their way. You know, you may recall there was some real controversy over the Aquarian sale by Eversource.
Yes, of course.
It was kind of head-scratching to figure out what they were thinking sometimes. But it's really yet to be determined, test their mettle. They've got Eversource coming in for the first rate case in over 8 years this year. And that's going to be a huge test of their resolve to hold the utility accountable and defend ratepayers. So we'll see what happens. I will say that I'm depending heavily on them. We give PURA tremendous discretion in the solar bill to promulgate the rules and to administer the program. So I'm counting on them to have the ability and the resolve to make sure this thing works. So we should all be paying attention to how PURA does in the near term.
Jonathan, we've got a caller on, Jeff from Westport, who wants to ask a question. Jeff, go ahead, please. Hello and good morning.
Great Monday morning. Jonathan, I have just one question for you. Do you have any, and this is just a question, do you have any money invested in any of these solar companies?
By the way, isn't it Tuesday?
Championing
it is
for?
Tuesday, right?
Oh, yeah, it is Tuesday. Well, happy Tuesday. Wow.
Okay, good. No, I just want to make clear
moving
myself.
along, Jeff.
Sorry.
Absolutely not. That would be a direct conflict. There are times as a legislator when you help people where you realize that if you're on the other side of things, you could be making money on this, connecting people. Yeah. That's unethical.
Good for you.
It would never happen. I am a defender of the solar industry because they do good work, not because I have any personal interest.
Okay, so the only reason I ask that is because everybody who's pro-solar, talks about how great it is and stuff like that. But what people don't understand also is that solar is good for 10 years. Your solar panels that you put on your house and the companies that say, we'll put it on for free and we'll give you a 10-year warranty. The reason they give you a 10-year warranty is because by the end of 10 years that you've been paying for those panels, they are dead. After the first year...
That's just not true, Jeff. What you're saying to the people on this call is inaccurate. Most panels last much longer than the 20 years for which they're warranted. It's not usually the panels that are the problem. It's the inverters that sometimes go out. But the panels these days, I think you're thinking about a different time frame. Technology has moved so far beyond what you described. So I think you're a little out of date.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jeff. Thank you. I'm looking online for AI for what it's worth. Says solar panels typically last 25 to 30 years. They don't abruptly stop working. Their energy production slowly decreases over time. So that's interesting. It's called the
That's true. I had my
degradation
first
rate.
set of solar panels for 13 years, and I saw about a 10% decline over that time.
Yeah. Interesting. And what happens when you do have to do new ones? Do you have to redo your whole roof again? What's it like when you have to swap them out?
No. Usually the brackets they put on to hold the things do not destroy your roof. I had to redo my panels because my inverters died after 13 years, and they were so ancient they couldn't be replaced.
Okay.
And I put up a bigger array because I now have heat pumps, and I therefore use only electricity in the house. And they were able to take down the old panels and put up a whole new array without any issues with the roof.
So, Jonathan, if you have this at home, has this solar substantially reduced your energy bill, your utility bill yourself?
When I had my smaller array, I figured I was saving roughly $3,000 a year. I think I'll be saving maybe 50% more than that going forward. The idea is I want to make sure that 75, 80% of my usage is covered by solar. It's significant savings. I have no oil tank. I have the heat pumps, so
really?
I don't need any other system. Not
you have
everybody
no
can
oil
do all
tank
those
anymore?
things.
That's it?
No, it's gone.
Oil?
Took it out.
You know what? Off air, I got to ask you about this because I'd like to know what the capital investment is. My husband has this thing after being in the house 35 years. I don't want to spend more money on the house. But actually, I do. So we have this back and forth. I would like to go to solar myself. So We'll have to talk.
You feel good about yourself when you do it, and especially when you get your electric bill.
I'm sure that could be exactly, because sometimes we're paying $700 a month in the summer now for AC. It's crazy. I don't even want to think about that.
Unfortunately, with climate change, which is real, by the way, the peaks in both summer and winter are going to be more intense. We're going to have twin peaks in Connecticut.
Summer and winter, it's 90 degrees,
so
and it's the middle of May. 90 degrees today. What kind of crazy day is that? That's insane.
Actually, it's not the temperature, it's the variability, it's the intensity, the extreme weather.
Right.
That's harder and harder for us to adapt to.
Right. Jonathan Steinberg, thanks so much for your service to the community, for Westport, for Connecticut. We'll have you back on again, but thanks for telling us about the solar bill and your advocacy.
Well, thank you for having me on. I am proud of it. I don't believe in legacies, but this is something that I feel good that on my way out the door, I was looking out for Connecticut ratepayers going forward.
Jonathan Steinberg on the Lisa Wexler Show. We'll be back.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Partly sunny and hot through this afternoon with a high of 90. Partly cloudy and mild overnight near 70. Afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow is still hot with a high of 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's May 19th. On this day in 2018, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle were married at Windsor Castle. In 1992, Mary Jo Buttafuoco was shot and seriously wounded by Amy Fisher, her husband's teenage lover.
That day, May 19th, 1992, at 11:30 in the morning, when that bullet hit me in the side of the head, life was done.
In 2006, The Da Vinci Code was #1 at the box office.
Witness the greatest cover-up in human history.
In 1992, Billy Ray Cyrus had this #1 song.
Don't tell my heart, my achy, breaky heart, I just don't think he'd understand.
May 19th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. This is where Fairfield County comes for local news. WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. People who are prosecuted for the January 6th attack at the Capitol, including those convicted of attacking police officers, could be eligible for taxpayer payouts from a $1.8 billion compensation fund. ABC's Alex Mallon has more about the fund created by the president to drop his lawsuit against the IRS.
The judge actually pointedly said that there was in no way a settlement that was signed off on or regulated and overseen by a judge. Blanche has repeatedly deflected. He said that this will be overseen by a commission that will consist of 4 people that he appoints, as well as 1 person that they will appoint in conjunction with Senate Majority Leader John Thune. But we heard Thune on the Hill earlier today saying that he is not a fan of this fund.
The president is said to be meeting today in the Situation Room to plot the next moves in the Iran war. At the construction site for his ballroom, President Trump told one reporter that he came very close to ordering more strikes on Iran this week.
I was an hour away. We were all set to go. You're talking about yesterday.
Yes.
We were going to be striking it would have been happening right now.
The U.S. was part of a joint operation with Nigeria to take out Islamic State fighters there. The military is saying the operation has killed 175 fighters. President Trump has finally made an endorsement in the Texas Senate race, with the primary voting underway today. ABC's Jim Ryan reports from Dallas.
The battle between incumbent Senator John Cornyn and his challenger, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, has been bitter and it's been personal. But after he cast his own early ballot in the May 26th election today in Austin, Cornyn was asked whether he expected the endorsement of the party's standard bearer.
I think that ship has probably sailed.
Now President Trump has made it official, posting that Ken Paxton has my complete and total endorsement. The winner of next Tuesday's runoff will face Democrat James Tallarico in November. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Dallas.
Wall Street, the Dow down 100 points. You're listening to ABC News.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
China is right now welcoming Vladimir Putin days after hosting President Trump. Here's ABC national security analyst Mick Mulroy.
I think President Putin really wanted to get there as quickly as possible. Obviously, he views a relationship with China as absolutely pivotal. Those two countries believe they're a main pillar in the new multipolar world, as I like to say. And so he wants to really shore up that alliance and make sure there was no separation, if you will, from the President Trump's visit to Beijing.
Con Ed is investigating the death of a 56-year-old Westchester County woman who fell 10 feet down an open manhole in New York City. She had just stepped out of an SUV in Midtown. No construction was going on at the time, and the manhole cover was found about 15 feet away from the opening. Lyft is blocking a driver in Florida who charged a customer a $75 fee over spilled food and drinks, but it was a scam. The driver sent a doctored photo after picking up his teenage daughters from the beach in Boca Raton. The dad, Bert Gore, telling ABC affiliate WPBF, he confronted one of his daughters about that.
She goes, "Dad, that's AI." You could see the Gemini logo on the bottom right-hand side of one of the photos.
That's the logo for Google's AI.
If you're not paying attention to this and you're getting charged $75, I mean, it can really add up. So you really got to pay attention.
Dad learned his lesson. Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
You think a ticket for not wearing your seatbelt is the worst that could happen. A fine, an inconvenience, a little embarrassment. But then comes the crash. There are injuries, a hospital bed, the long road to recovery, the moments you'll miss. Suddenly, a ticket doesn't seem so bad. That ticket? That was nothing. Click it. Don't risk it. Paid for by
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
100 people are under arrest following an investigation into an illegal gambling and cockfighting ring at a Tolland residence. State police carried out a search warrant at a Mountain Spring Road residence on Saturday, located 273 birds on the property, and seized about $90,000 in cash. The homeowners, Elvin Miranda and Lisa Miranda, were booked for cruelty to animals, professional gambling, operating a gambling premise, and risk of injury to a minor. The seized birds had to be euthanized. Norwalk police say 2 people are in custody and 5 pounds of cannabis products are off the streets. This follows the execution of search warrants at Wally Convenience and King's Tobacco after detectives determined employees at both stores were selling marijuana products without state dispensary licenses. The first raid at Wally Convenience unveiled more than 4 pounds of cannabis products and resulted in the arrest of 28-year-old Imad Alaudi. The second raid ended in the arrest of Saray Sala of Brooklyn, New York, and unveiled more than 1.5 pounds of cannabis. The bond for Alaudi was set at $50,000, while Salah's bond is $1,000. And 2 college students charged in connection with a fire that damaged a Fairfield shopping plaza following the 2024 SantaCon Beach gathering have been granted accelerated rehabilitation, giving them a chance to avoid criminal convictions if they stay out of trouble for 2 years and complete 150 hours of community service. Prosecutors said 21-year-old Henry Hirsch and 20-year-old Samuel Archer accidentally sparked the blaze at Heritage Square Plaza after smoking marijuana and playing with matches near piles of leaves. causing an estimated $400,000 in damage. Surveillance video shows the pair and others unsuccessfully trying to extinguish the fire before leaving the scene. Despite opposition from the state, a judge approved the diversionary program after noting the students had paid a $10,000 insurance deductible, remained arrest-free for more than a year, and expressed remorse in court. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
91 northbound accident between exits 10 and 11 has things backing up through North Haven. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, an accident reported near exit 50. And on Route 8 southbound, an accident approaching exit 7. Lower Fairfield County 95 northbound side, plan on an hour and 15. Greenwich to Bridgeport, the upper Merritt will save you the most time. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
An air quality alert will be in effect through late this evening. Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low of 70. Afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow is still hot with a high of 90. Thursday, sunny and cooler with a high 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So why do I still feel kind of queasy about this? Why do I still feel squishy about this? Even though the powers that be in Hartford are telling me, Paul, don't worry about it. There's nothing here to worry about. What we refer to is this. Now, Connecticut is joining a growing number of states, probably about half of the country right now, give or take a few. I'm seeing different numbers here. About half the states in the U.S. That apparently don't have the Bridgeport stuff going on in it that we do. And maybe that's why. But about half of the states in the U.S. now are offering what has now become law, thanks to a signature today by Governor Ned Lamont, no excuse absentee balloting. Now, you know, previous to that referendum or that ballot issue question that was put on in November of 2024, the last White House election cycle, previous to that, Connecticut had 6, maybe 7 different things that you could use, or conditions or circumstances that you would have to state one of them for wanting an absentee ballot. You would be on military service. You would be out of the country. It is a religious holiday. You are infirmed permanently. You are infirmed temporarily. What was one of the other ones? You're working at a polling place that is not yours. Then they added 1 or 2 post-COVID, like, you know, you have a fear of getting sick, whatever. But at least up until today, if you wanted an absentee ballot, you had to say, this is the reason I'm requesting my absentee ballot. I think the only time, as I mentioned this earlier, the only time I ever did it was for the 1980 election, Jimmy Carter v. Ronald Reagan. I used I believe I used a ballot when I was at BU for that one. So, yeah, I would have, because I was 19 and I was eligible to vote, and I was very excited to do it. But since then, I've never used an absentee ballot. Now, understand something. In principle, I have nothing against absentee ballots. I don't. But there's 2 things here that make me a little squishy-poo about this. You know what I'm saying? There are 2 things here that I go, okay, I guess. Number 1 is Bridgeport. And I'm sorry to have to say that. I really am. But we are still ferreting out, we're still peeling back the onion layers on the stuff that went on in 2019 and the stuff that went on in 2023. And who knows, there may be stuff, quote unquote, that goes on next year in the next mayoral election cycle in Bridgeport in 2027. I hope not. I cross my pudgy Italian fingers and toes that none of that happens. But having said that, I think you can understand why there are some people here in Connecticut who say, all right, you're going to loosen up the absentee ballot requirements or the absentee ballot regulations, and still we are ferreting out these charges in Bridgeport. All right. So that is number one. Number two is, if you remember the way this ballot measure was worded, it never said anything about mail-in voting. It only said, and I got to find the wording of this, it only said, hey, what about the fact that, how about we do this change that all the you could have an absentee ballot if you want one. It never actually mentioned, I believe, the words mail-in voting, which is what this is. And part of me that's probably equally as squishy or maybe a little more than I am about the Bridgeport thing is that this was kind of done, I don't want to say underhandedly because it did pass by a large margin, but do you think this would have passed if the ballot measure that a lot of people voted yes on in November of 2024 had actually used the words mail-in voting? Now, I know what you're saying. You're probably saying, well, Paul, how the hell else does an absentee ballot get to where it's going? Well, you can mail it, you can drop it off. And there are a couple of good things in this bill. Number one, they elevated futzing around with a drop box to a Class D felony, which is good. That should be felonious behavior and not just a misdemeanor. Oh, I'm sorry. Give me a Bridgeport wrist slap, honey. Yes. So that's good. And the Republicans were able to get a major part of this changed to basically say the distribution list for absentee ballot applications cannot be permanent. In other words, I believe the way the law is going to be rolled out here is that you have to ask or get that application every year. But we start with this, and maybe I'm being, as the great, not so great Spiro Agnew used to say, what was that phrase he used? A nattering nabob of negativity, or something like that. Chris likes that. He's smiled at that. Chris, am I a nattering nabob of negativity? Come on, me? But what? See, he agreed with me. Thank you so much. Now your check will clear for the week. No, but seriously, how do you feel about this? Let's start with this. And is this PTSD because of Bridgeport? Is it? Maybe I should relax, or maybe I should pop one of the Valium I have at home. It's for an inner ear thing, but no, maybe I should pop one of Mother's little helpers, or as Mick used to say, one of Mother's little helpers. She goes running for the shelter. You can see it's going to be one of these days. So what do you think? 203-333-9422. Do you approve of Governor Ned Lamont signing a bill allowing the use of no excuse absentee ballots in Connecticut elections? Are you okay with that? And the supporters are going to say, come on, Paul, look at all the states that do this. To which I say, come on, Mr. or Mrs. Supporter. Do any of these people in any states ever experience Bridgeport?
You wanted a new and improved way to experience voiceofct.com, and now you have it. We've totally revamped our website, and it looks better on your smartphone than ever before. Voiceofct.com. You can still stream all of your favorite WICC local talk shows, listen to podcasts, find out about local events, sign up for our email newsletter, and it's easier to use than ever. It's the best way to stay informed in Fairfield County. Just bookmark us. Voiceofct.com.
Is your DIY security not giving you the security you need? For the next level of security, call Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting. PPC can use your existing system or install a new system. Floodlights, cameras, and security devices working in concert. All from one simple app for smart home and business security tailored to your needs and lifestyle. Get a complimentary assessment. Go to ppcalarms.com. Book your complimentary assessment. ppcalarms.com. They get 5-star reviews for a reason.
Hey Yankees fans, join us at Yankee Stadium on Friday, May 22nd as the Yankees take on the Rays, and come early for a very special giveaway. It's Giancarlo Stanton Basketball Jersey Night, presented by State Farm. The first 18,000 guests through the gates will receive a Giancarlo Stanton basketball jersey. Don't miss the Yankees and the Rays on Friday, May 22nd, for John Carlos Stanton Basketball Jersey Night presented by State Farm. Get your tickets now at yankees.com/tickets.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Shopping Anyway connects those who ask, how can I help, with those who say, here's what we need. Hi, I'm Christina Preet, lifelong Connecticut resident and founder of the free mobile app Shopping Anyway. Always know what your favorite cause needs. Download the app at shoppinganyway.com. Nonprofit leaders and members of nonprofit boards, join us for an informational Zoom meeting in May to learn about how the Shopping Anyway tool can help engage donors and communicate all your needs. Go to the Bridgeport Regional Business Council's events page at brbc.org and register to learn about all that Shopping Anyway can do.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
WICC contests are open to Connecticut residents only that are 18 years of age or older. For complete contest rules, visit voiceofct.com and click on contest rules at the bottom of the page.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound roadwork, exits 9 through 10 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, more construction. Exit 53 going up into Wallingford. Stay left to get through. 91 northbound, construction starts at exit 15 in the right lane. Route 8, you have it on both sides between exit 12 and exit 17. Left lane is blocked. 84 eastbound roadwork, exits 8 and 9 in the left lane. Westbound, you have it exits 3 to 2 in the right lane. And on 95 northbound in Brantford, construction starts at exit 55. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low of 70. Afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, still hot with a high of 90. Thursday, sunny and cooler with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
WICC 695.9, celebrating 100 years as the voice of Connecticut.
Now, righty-do, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So you okay with this? Now, you may remember in 2024 when we had that, some people would say still, shocking victory over Kamala Harris by Mr. Trump, who's currently in the Oval Office. That night, there was a no-excuse absentee voting amendment that passed 58 to 42, 843,153 to 610,694. The amendment authorizing the General Assembly to go ahead and provide no excuse absentee ballot voting. Now, it didn't say anything about mail-in voting, which is essentially what this is. If they had used the word mail-in voting, because I guess you could drop these off at a drop box, but most people, I guess, maybe I'm wrong here, are going to be using the wonderful U.S. mail service here. Now, previous to today, because this law kicked in today, the governor signing it today with a lot of ballyhoo and pomp and circumstance. Previous to today, if you wanted an absentee ballot in the state, you had to either be in active military service, you had to be away for the full day of voting during voting hours from the town or the city or the municipality where you usually vote. You had to be suffering an illness or physical disability. You had to be using or a member of a religion that precludes secular activity on Election Day, or you had to be working an election and performing election-connected duties or campaign-connected duties at a place other than your local place where you usually vote, your local polling place, school, gym, firehouse, whatever, church, synagogue, wherever. Now, as of 2024, in 8 states, every voter gets a mail-in ballot automatically. In 27 states, a mail-in or absentee ballot may be requested with no excuse required. So this is now where Connecticut is falling. So we have fallen into the no excuse absentee ballot request phase of this, which I guess is okay. But are you confident in this? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And, you read all the flowery language from the governor's office on this, and fine, you got to win here. Listen, to the victor go the spoils. But can we please? And this is one thing that just gets under my flabby skin here. This drives me nuts. About, we have to make it easier to vote, and the easier. How difficult? Now, I guess this is a major step because a lot of people now are working schedules where, hey, the polls are open from 6 to 8. There are some people who can't get there between 6 and 8 on Election Day if they take an early commuting train or whatever, and they're working late at night. So I can see that. But it's not hard to vote. It's not. We've been voting in this country for how many? 248 or 250 years or whatever? If you start from 1776, but I guess we may not have had elections for a couple of years after that. Forgive me if I'm off by a few years on that. But this notion of, we have to make it easier to vote. No, you know what we need? It's plenty easy to vote. Even before Governor Lamont put pen to paper or quill to ink and parchment, I don't know how he did it. But it's not that hard. The overwhelming yes bill, 58%, supported authorizing the General Assembly to provide by law no excuse absentee voting. All right, if it makes it easier for somebody, God bless them. Do you trust it? And I know there are people who are going to hear me and say this, and they're probably going to bitch and moan if they're, if they don't like when me or any of the other hosts mention this. But are the usual suspects in Bridgeport, are they licking their chops at this? Now, I'm sure there are other states that and we know that there are states with mail-in balloting. 7 or 8 states do their elections by mail. I'm not saying that's intrinsically a bad thing. But what about the situation here of what we've seen and what we're still going through with cases from 2019, with cases from 2023, and God knows what may happen in 2027. I hope there's nothing in 2027, but would it surprise you if there was? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Lots of people chiming in online on this one. You can. Facebook.com/voice of CT. Do you approve? Do you like the fact that Governor Ned Lamont signs a bill allowing the use of no excuse absentee ballots in Connecticut elections, or do you think this is a bad idea?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound roadwork, exits 9 through 10 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, more construction. Exit 53 going up into Wallingford. Stay left to get through. 91 northbound, construction starts at exit 15 in the right lane. Route 8, you have it on both sides between exit 12 and exit 17. Left lane is blocked. 84 eastbound roadwork, exits 8 and 9 in the left lane. Westbound, you have it exits 3 to 2 in the right lane. And on 95 northbound in Brantford, construction starts at exit 55. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
An air quality alert will be in effect for late this evening. Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low of 70. Afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Is still hot with a high of 90. Thursday, sunny and cooler with a high 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-551-7672.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-551-7672. That's 800-551-7672.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont held a bill signing ceremony this morning in Hartford for Public Act 2642, eliminating previously enacted restrictions in state law that limited where voters were allowed to vote in Connecticut elections and primaries with absentee ballots. With this change, all qualified voters in the state will now have the option of accessing absentee ballots to vote in all elections and primaries. Modifying the law is the result of the approval by Connecticut voters of a constitutional amendment that appeared as a ballot question in the November 5th, 2024 election. Hartford Democratic State Senator Doug McCrory did not earn his party's endorsement to retain his seat. McCrory has served in state government for more than 2 decades, but the Democratic endorsement for the state's 2nd Senate district is going to State Representative Miriam Khan of Windsor. McCrory will have to overcome the endorsement and a 3rd challenger, Ayanna Taylor, to retain his seat. By the 3rd and final round of voting, McCrory received just 1 delegate compared to 38 for Khan and 30 for Taylor. McCrory is under an ongoing FBI investigation for directing public money to nonprofits and businesses in Hartford. Former Hartford police officer Joseph Magnano is facing manslaughter charges for the shooting death of Stephen Jones. The case has generated national attention in the debate of the use of deadly force by police. Magnano was terminated by Hartford Mayor Arunan Arulampalam about a month after the February shooting. Magnano was the fourth officer to arrive on the scene after Jones' sister called police, saying he was armed with a knife and going through a mental health crisis. After demands to drop the knife, Jones continued to approach police and the public until Magnano fired his weapon 9 times on Jones, resulting in his death. 2 firefighters are injured after a house fire in West Haven. West Haven Fire Chief James O'Brien said the 2 firefighters were transported to the hospital for evaluation of minor injuries. The fire was reported Monday evening on Church Street between Savin and Kelsey Avenues, with crews seeing the fire on the second story that extended to the attic. 3 people who live in the home are receiving assistance from the American Red Cross. The cause of the fire is under investigation. The U.S. Department of Justice is suing the state over a new law prohibiting agents from wearing masks. The law passed through the General Assembly and was signed into law over the spring session. It establishes, quote, protected areas where people cannot be arrested for civil offenses and prohibits law enforcement officers from wearing masks while on duty.
These are places, actually, people like to use this word sanctuary. These are actual sanctuaries. Houses of God. Also sensitive places include places like schools where there are children, because we love our children.
The Justice Department says the law is, quote, blatantly unconstitutional, saying the state doesn't have the authority to tell federal agents what they can and can't do. Attorney General William Tong says the state will, quote, vigorously defend the law, saying it is, quote, necessary to protect public safety. The Connecticut State Colleges and Universities Systems Board of Regents Chair Marty Guay is resigning amid an investigation into possible wrongdoing. Guay had originally planned to step down later this year, but decided to submit his resignation effective immediately. It comes while an investigation into former interim Chancellor John Maduco is ongoing. The woman who made the claims against Maduco says she would have come forward earlier, but Guay told her he had fired someone for making a sexual harassment complaint in the past. Guay said he is confident the independent review process, quote, will be conducted thoroughly and transparently. Prior to the resignation announcement, Governor Ned Lamont spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 about Guay's leadership and the ongoing investigation.
Look, he's been a strong leader for the system. I've got to talk to him. It was really important that we get this investigation out, make it public, and show no stone unturned.
And Connecticut drivers are still paying above $4 per gallon for gas. According to AAA, the average price for a gallon of regular Monday was $4.64. That's unchanged from the previous day, but prices are still up by 58 cents over the past month. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound roadwork, exits 9 and 10. Right lane is blocked. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, construction starts at exit 53, goes up into Wallingford. On 91 northbound, construction starts at exit 15. Right lane is out. Route 8 north and southbound roadwork between exit 12 and 17. On 84 eastbound, construction exits 8 and 9 in the left lane. Westbound, you have it exits 3 through 2. Right lane is blocked. And 95 northbound, construction exit 55 and 56. Stay left to get around it. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low of 70. Afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, still hot with a high of 90. Thursday, sunny and cooler with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stamford is talking about it, So is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, maybe it's me. Maybe I should not be grouchy about this. Maybe I shouldn't grouse about this. Maybe I shouldn't anticipate the worst. But can you blame me? Honestly. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Remember this question that was on the November ballot, not this past November, and not in the upcoming November, but in November of 2024. Remember this? Here's the question again. It was on the ballot no matter where you voted in Connecticut. Quote, shall the Constitution of the state be amended to permit the General Assembly to allow each voter to vote by absentee ballot? Question mark, close quotation mark. So again, it was one sentence. Shall the Constitution of the state, not the U.S. Constitution, shall the Constitution of the state be amended to permit the General Assembly to allow each voter to vote by absentee ballot? Question mark, period, close quotations. Well, that is now officially the law today, as Governor Ned Lamont, you heard earlier from Chris's News, Governor Ned Lamont signing the law that did make its way with some changes through the General Assembly, and the Republicans were able to address a major worry in this whole thing regarding whether or not you were going to have these requests and these lists kept year by year, or a fresh list every year. Now, in theory, I have nothing against people using an absentee ballot. And in theory, if it's set up in the right way, I also have nothing against people mailing in their ballots. There are 7 or 8 states, primarily in the West Coast, the Pacific Northwest, with all kinds of cities and suburbs and whatever, that have gone to mail-in voting. So I have a question for you right here at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Why didn't we just go to mail-in voting in Connecticut? Why didn't we do that? Why did we pussyfoot around and futz around with the language on this to not even mention that essentially what the governor signed today is mail-in voting or drop-off voting? Because think about it. If everybody does this, or a significant chunk of people do this, then there's going to be fewer people at the polling stations, which is fine. The baked goods, I hope, will still be there in some way, shape, or form. So why didn't the powers that be simply say, hey, shall the state of Connecticut and the Constitution be amended to permit the General Assembly to allow each voter to vote by mail by the U.S. Postal Service, the USPS? Why wasn't that done? And I'm just wondering if they thought, they meaning the powers that be in Hartford, the majority in Hartford, I wonder if they thought that if they said, hey, we're going to mail-in voting, people would look at, what's happened in Bridgeport and some other scattered places across the state and say, hey, we're not going to do this. I don't know. What do you think? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Again, the question, I answered no to this, not because I was trying to be some curmudgeon on the radio, but I'm saying, okay, but explain to me what you're doing to make this safe here. And I'm not assuming that every single thing in the freaking world is going to be, sullied by somebody. I'm not like that. But I'm wondering, why didn't they just prepare the package first before asking people if they wanted it? Well, that's, it's kind of a rhetorical question, don't you think? Now, under the state constitution, up until today, when Governor Lamont put pen to paper, qualified voters would only have had to cast an absentee vote if they're unable to vote in person at their polling place on each day due to an absence from their city or town, a sickness or physical disability, or their religious beliefs, prohibiting secular activity on a certain day. So now, I guess it's a free-for-all if everybody wants to do an absentee here. And there's something else here. And maybe I'm traditional, maybe I'm just an old guy and getting older every moment of every day, but some of these things, mail-in voting, no excuse absentees, 2 weeks of early voting. The early voting one really drives me nuts. You don't need 2 weeks. You need maybe 2 or 3 days. But I'm telling you, the political establishment loves this. They love this stuff because it acts partially as an incumbent protection program. It does. Now, I know on some municipal levels here, you can fix your ballot or you maybe can recast your ballot under certain scenarios here. I don't know how that would work here. But between the early voting and now the mail-in voting, and I'm sure mail-in voting, which it's not really called that, but that's what it is, the absentees, people are going to say, hey, I better get this in. And again, if some sort of crap hits the fan before Election Day, what are you supposed to do? You're screwed. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Somebody writes in. Paul, you're right on in questioning the motives and the need for expanded voting access. Clearly, it's all for devious ends. That only Democrats are going to expand voting rights. Well, again, and I thank that person for texting this in. But I ask you seriously. I'm not trying to be a jerk here, although I play one on the radio. Seriously, though, when was the last time, if ever, when was the last time that you saw a woman, a man, groups of people standing in front of a bevy of microphones on Channel 3, on Channel 8, on Channel 30, on Fox 61, on News 12, whatever? When was the last time, if ever, you saw anybody say, oh, my God, I couldn't vote. It was so difficult to vote in Connecticut. I just couldn't do it. You know why you never see that? Because it doesn't happen. But maybe you're listening to me now and going, oh, Paul, would you put a sock in it on this? It's coming. Yeah, all right, it may be coming, but how secure is it?
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Hey, y'all, it's your boy Gary LaVox of Rascal Flats, and it's true, we are hitting the road one more time next year, and I love traveling through Connecticut. I'm looking so forward to our show coming up in Uncasville. There are so many amazing folks there, like my friend Jonathan Carbeauty of Carbeauty & Company Realtors. If you're thinking about selling your home, you need to talk to John and his team. And hey, you can find out what your home is worth in less than 30 seconds. Just go to Carbeauty & Company Realtors website and click What's My Home Worth? It's free, it's easy, and we'll get you moving on. When you need an agent you can trust, and we'll give you the most selling options. That's Jonathan Carbeauty and Carbeauty & Company Realtors. And remember,
sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound roadwork, exits 9 and 10. Right lane is blocked. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, construction starts at exit 53, goes up into Wallingford. On 91 northbound, construction starts at exit 15. Right lane is out. Route 8 north and southbound roadwork between exit 12 and 17. On 84 eastbound, construction exits 8 and 9 in the left lane. Westbound, you have it exits 3 through 2. Right lane is blocked. And 95 northbound construction, exit 55 and 56. Stay left to get around it. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
An air quality alert will be in effect through late this evening. Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low of 70. Afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow is still hot with a high of 90. Thursday, sunny and cooler with a high 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Say what's on your mind and say it live. 203-333-WICC. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And there are some good things in this election bill that the governor signed today, including the fact that now if you screw around or do anything untawdry with a drop box, a ballot drop box, it's now some level of a felony. I think it's a Class D felony. Bob in Trumbull kicks us off today. Bob, good afternoon. How are you?
Very good, Reverend Paul. I'm enjoying the nice warm weather.
Yeah.
I got another hot cup of coffee in front of me.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah.
But I got a question on the no excuse voting.
Sir. Yeah, here we go.
Does that include if you're dead, if you're a Democrat?
I don't know, Bob. I'm reading. I'm reading the text of the bill, so I'll let you know when I get to that part. Yeah.
Will this let Wanda Cheater Tacky off the hook?
I don't think so. No, I think her cases are still active, Bob. I'm not all that sure. She's not at the top of my wish list right now, but yeah. I mean, Bob, listen. You saw what happened in Bridgeport, allegations 2019, 2023. Can you blame people if they don't like this? I can't.
No, but think of all those deceased people that won't be able to vote without this.
Well, no, and Bob, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Maybe we can open up early voting even more for the deceased voters. I don't know. Does that really happen? And I know Bob and I, laugh about it and we all joke about it here, but are there situations now maybe years ago where there was a tad more corruption? I don't know. But did that really happen? I'm not trying to be cute here. Maybe I should Google dead people voting and see what I come up with. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So, again, the governor early today. In fact, let me give you a little bit from I think I had pulled up here here's the governor's news release today. Governor Ned Lamont announcing that he has signed into law legislation providing all eligible voters in Connecticut with the option of casting their ballots in elections and primaries using absentee ballots. They never mention mail, though. No excuse, absentee ballots make voting more accessible. Does it? How do we know that? No, seriously, no excuse. Now, it's just because they put stuff in here as these blanket statements. Now, maybe I'm wrong here. No, and again, I'm all for making voting easy. I know there are people who have mobility issues. I'm not questioning that. But we seem to do all these things with absentee ballots and mail-in voting in some states and registering for at the DMV and registering when you're in vitro and registering when you're in the womb, and registering mid-gestation at 4.5, 5 months. Do we have any proof that early voting and no excuse absentees, does this really get more people involved here? Or, as I like to say, does it just protect incumbents? Does it just protect people who may be doing untawdry things? And hey, put your vote in early, yeah, because if I get found out here, you're screwed. The option of casting their ballots in elections and primaries using absentees. No excuse, absentee ballots make voting more accessible for those facing impediments to in-person voting. Well, that's what absentees always did. That's why they are, follow along with me now, absentee ballots. Due to a disability and mobility limitations, lack of transportation, child care, caretaking duties, whatever, or work schedules. Well, yeah. The legislation removes limits in previously enacted state statutes that only provided this option to voters who are unable to appear in person at their polling place on Election Day for several specific reasons. All right. So why didn't you call it mail-in voting? Why didn't you call it drop box voting? Oh, because maybe people wouldn't have wanted it? I don't know. The change is now effective immediately under the governor's signature. All right. Are there people in Bridgeport going, look what they did, Maud? Dave and Meriden here. Dave, how are you? What's up?
Good, Paul. Hey, one thing I say about this absentee ballot and mail-in voting is what happened with Aaron Stewart. Now, let's say the scandal didn't come out until maybe a week or a few days before the election.
Mm-hmm.
People have already mailed in their ballot. Put her on there as their choice.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Yeah.
What are you going to do? You're stuck. You have no vote.
Yeah, I mean, unless, and Dave, thank you for the call, appreciate it. I mean, yeah. I mean, let's just say you had a staunch Aaron Stewart supporter out there, and I'm sure there are thousands of them still out there. Now, if with the early voting and now the no excuse absentees, which are mailed in, supposing what came out against Ms. Stewart, the former mayor of New Britain, multi-term, 12 years, 6 terms, what if it came out, I don't know, a week before the election, and you had already mailed in your absentee ballot? Huh? You'd be screwed. See, I understand there are people who, for whatever reason, either don't want to go to the polling places now, or they get older, and yeah, if it's cold. Now, for the primary day, that comes up in August, you're usually standing out there in the heat. And then for the general election, on Election Day, November, whatever it is coming up this year, you're standing out of the cold. All right, that I understand. But this whole... And I don't care if it comes from Republicans or Democrats. This whole notion that kind of, just the way we've de-emphasized citizenship and stuff. Oh, wait, well, you know, there should be no borders. As long as they're a citizen of the world, yes. Yes, we're all citizens of God's world. But we de-emphasize citizenship, and we, to a point, you could say, we de-emphasize Election Day. And we're letting some horses run, or we're allowing betting, you know, before the start or after the start of the race. And to me, I just want to see what safeguards are in there. I guess the Republicans were able to get one. We'll talk about that coming up right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound roadwork, exits 9 and 10. Right lane is blocked. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, construction starts at exit 53, goes up into Wallingford. On 91 northbound, construction starts at exit 15. Right lane is out. Route 8 north and southbound roadwork between exit 12 and 17. On 84 eastbound, construction exits 8 and 9 in the left lane. Westbound, you have it exits 3 through 2. Right lane is blocked. And 95 northbound construction, exit 55 and 56. Stay left to get around it. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low of 70. Afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, still hot with a high of 90. Thursday, sunny and cooler with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
No matter how large or small your digging project may be, no matter how urban or rural, you must always call 811 before any digging project. 811 is our national one-call number, alerting your local utility companies to come out and mark any lines they have near your dig site. So before you do this or this, make sure you do this. For digging projects big or small, make the call to 811, brought to you by Common Ground Alliance.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Now, there were some changes made to this bill because I think Democrats, too, figured, hey, if we're going to pass this and do it right, we don't want to let the GOP wag their fingers in our face and say, we told you so. So apparently now, encased in the bill that was signed today by Governor Ned Lamont with much fanfare, one change in the bill struck a provision, meaning it got rid of it, struck a provision that would have, now this would have been, are you kidding? This would have been Christmas Day, Christmas morning for the folks in Bridgeport. One change got rid of a provision that would have allowed a voter to permanently sign up for voting by mail, which would have resulted in ballots automatically having been mailed out before every election. Dear God, thank God the Democrats and Matt Blumenthal dropped that. So I guess a couple of months ago when this thing was being debated, the Republicans said, listen, we will talk things to death on this bill, because that's how the Republicans do it in Hartford. Not a lot of them there, but they offer amendment after amendment, and you run up against time, and the Democrats have to cry uncle and tap out. Republicans also complain the original bill provision left municipal officials with no way to verify if voters signed up for permanent voting by mail still live in their communities. Now, the good news is the amended bill allows voters to sign up for absentee ballot applications to be automatically mailed to them, not the actual ballot. So that is one good thing. So you or somebody you know could sign up for the ballot application under this bill, but they're not going to spit a ballot out to you every election cycle.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. A compensation fund for people claiming to be unfairly prosecuted under President Biden, including people who attacked police officers at the Capitol, is raising questions for the administration today. Vice President J.D. Vance wouldn't say who exactly would qualify.
Every single case has its own details. Every single case has, there are things about it that maybe don't meet the eye. We're just going to look at every case by case. That's all I'm saying. I'm not committing to giving anybody money or committing to giving no one money.
ABC's Stephen Portnoy reports that when the taxpayer-funded payouts became public,
the top lawyer at the Treasury Department submitted his resignation just hours after the announcement of what the administration calls its anti-weaponization fund. Sources say General Counsel Brian Morrissey pushed back against some aspects of the arrangement. The plan is for a 5-member board to oversee the disbursement of $1.8 billion to those who've experienced what administration officials have called weaponization and lawfare.
The 3 people killed by 2 teenage gunmen at a San Diego Islamic center have been identified as Nadir Awad, who turned away members from the gunfire, security guard Amin Abdullah, who bravely made the ultimate sacrifice to save others, and Mansour Kaziha, a loving husband, father, and grandfather. Authorities are reviewing a video apparently posted online by one of the suspects that appears to capture a live stream of the attack and its immediate aftermath. The mother of one of the shooters warned police 2 hours before the attack that her son was suicidal and had taken guns from the house. President Trump says he was about an hour away from ordering more strikes on Iran this week, but then the Gulf allies pressured him to hold off.
Yeah, it was all done. The boats, the ships are all loaded. They're loaded to the brim, and we're all set to start.
That construction noise you hear there is the White House ballroom being built. An hour before the close on Wall Street, the Dow is now down 260 points. You're listening to ABC News.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
You think a ticket for not wearing your seatbelt is the worst that could happen. A fine, an inconvenience, a little embarrassment. But then comes the crash. There are injuries, a hospital bed, the long road to recovery, the moments you'll miss. Suddenly, a ticket doesn't seem so bad. That ticket? That was nothing. Click it. Don't risk it. Paid for by NHTSA.
Why?
6 states will give us today a clearer picture of President Trump's hold on the party and the national mood generally. Voters voting today in Alabama, Georgia, Idaho, Kentucky, Oregon, and Pennsylvania. Today, Trump endorsed Ken Paxton for Texas Senate. Tourists behaving badly. Could be a very long summer if tourists keep acting up this way, says ABC's Sherry Preston.
Tossing a coin in Rome's iconic Trevi Fountain is supposed to mean you'll someday return to the city. But what if you toss yourself in? That's what a tourist from New Zealand did, fully clothed, swam around as Italian police ordered him to get out. He's been banned from returning to the fountain ever, so there's your answer. In Japan, an American tourist wearing a smiley face head entered the zoo enclosure housing Punch, the little monkey who carries around that stuffed orangutan. Another tourist filmed it for social media. The monkey scattered. The tourists were arrested. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
The CDC confirming that an American missionary doctor, Peter Stafford, has tested positive for Ebola in Central Africa. He's being airlifted to Germany. Dr. Scott Myrie is a colleague.
We're super thankful that he is on the way, and actually, we think receiving some monoclonal antibodies that have proven helpful, though maybe not specific for the Bundibugyo Ebola virus.
There are more than 500 suspected cases and 131 deaths. I'm Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont held a bill signing ceremony this morning in Hartford for Public Act 2642, eliminating previously enacted restrictions in state law that limited where voters were allowed to vote in Connecticut elections and primaries with absentee ballots. With this change, all qualified voters in the state will now have the option of accessing absentee ballots to vote in all elections and primaries. Modifying the law is the result of the approval by Connecticut voters of a constitutional amendment that appeared as a ballot question in the November 5th, 2024 election. Former Hartford police officer Joseph Magnano is facing manslaughter charges for the shooting death of Stephen Jones. The case has generated national attention in the debate of the use of deadly force by police. Magnano was terminated by Hartford Mayor Arunan Arulampalam about a month after the February shooting. Magnano was the fourth officer to arrive on the scene after Jones' sister called police saying he was armed with a knife and going through a mental health crisis. After demands to drop the knife, Jones continued to approach police and the public until Magnano fired his weapon 9 times on Jones, resulting in his death. And the National Weather Service is issuing a heat advisory for certain Connecticut counties today. The advisory took effect today at 11 a.m. and will be in place through 8 p.m. on Wednesday. Temperatures could reach up to 96 degrees before cooler temperatures prevail on Thursday and throughout the weekend. The advisory calls for people to drink plenty of fluids and stay in air-conditioned environments if possible. An air quality alert was also put into effect by the State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound closed in Madison because of an accident involving a motorcycle. In Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound slow ride starts in Stamford. And on 84 eastbound, you're all bunched up through Newtown going into exit 11. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
An air quality alert will be in effect through late this evening. Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low of 70. Afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow is still hot with a high of 90. Thursday, sunny and cooler with a high 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, 1 hour down, 3 big hours to go. Coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, our usual dally-hoo around the pool there with Megan Portfolio from the Hartford portfolio there, Yankee Institute. And the 4 o'clock hour, we're going to have a blogger on, a conservative blogger, who's talking about a very underreported story. Have you seen what's going on in Great Britain and in the UK? There's a big pushback now going on against immigration, speech codes, what a lot of people in the UK see as a non-assimilation by many Muslims working there and moving there. So we will talk to a gentleman about that coming up next hour. It's a major story. Huge crowds turned out over the weekend, but the mainstream media didn't really want to talk about that all too much. I wonder why. But we are talking about a major change in Connecticut voting policy here. The governor put pen to paper this morning, and he has signed a bill that will now allow no excuse absentee balloting. No excuse absentee balloting, which means you don't have to fit one of the 5 or 6 prerequisites that you used to have to fit before you would get an absentee ballot. And that's fine. I understand that. We want to make it easier, if I'm going to play along here with the mob and the crowd, easier to vote. I get it. But you notice that when they offered this, there was no mention, really, that it would be mail-in balloting. And I guess it's not exclusively mail-in ballots. You'll be able to drop off the ballot. I guess we're going to have those dumb ballot drop boxes out there. Why we need those, I have no idea. So people can play around with them. But the ballot question in 2024 was, quote, shall the Constitution of the state be amended to permit the General Assembly to allow each voter to vote by absentee ballot? We'll get to the phones momentarily, but thank God the loud and boisterous Republicans were able to get an amendment to this bill that allows voters to sign up for absentee ballot applications to be automatically mailed to them, not the actual ballot. Could you imagine if the actual ballots were mailed? It's like Christmas freaking morning in Bridgeport. Am I wrong? Don't get mad at me. We're 2019, 2023. We're still piecing all that together. Joe in Madison is here. Joe, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, Paul. Can you hear me all right?
I can, Joe. Loud and clear, buddy. What's up?
Okay. One of the unanswered questions I've never been able to find the answer to is what about all the college students that are able to vote wherever they're going to college, and they can also get an absentee ballot and then vote again wherever they're from.
Can they?
Nobody's
Really?
answered that.
I didn't know that. Can they do that? I don't. Well, yeah, maybe.
Well, I'm asking you to look into it.
Huh.
You seem to have a lot of the answers.
All right, I'll look. Joe, I will look at that. I never thought of that. Joe, I'll give it a gander here on the break. Thank you. I'm glad Joe brought up college students. Now, I love college students, but I've always wondered if somebody is away at a school, right? And granted, they are spending 4 years at that school, or 6 years if they're getting a master's, or 8 years if they're getting their full-on PhD, whatever. Is it ethical to now? Because I would never do this if I was back in college hither and yon years ago. I would never want to vote in a local election because, I don't live there. I mean, I guess you kind of do during the school year, but I've always thought it odd that college students who do not have a permanent legal address, not a dorm address, but college students are allowed to vote in local elections. I don't quite get that. Joe, thank you. I will look that up. Here's our buddy Dave in Brantford. Dave, how are you, sir?
Yeah, sweating a little bit, taking a break, talking to you.
All right, yeah.
Good subject.
Yeah.
3 points if I get that.
Sure,
far.
go right ahead. Take
one
your
is
time.
by example,
Yeah.
when there was the marriage shams in New Haven, and Mayor Elliker got Pat Clark, who saw these shams.
Yeah.
He got her fired.
Yeah.
And they claimed it was the xenophobic, anti-immigrant, right-wing talk show crazies who ginned up a fictitious story about people coming from all over the country because New Haven was an easy mark to get married with no paperwork, no documents.
Yeah.
You don't even have to know the bride. Just show up, put your thumbprint, you say, I can't write. And I put an X down.
And put an X.
That's okay. And Mayor Elliker had the high moral ground, he thought, to say this is outrageous, those Republicans. And now you can see in the paper, marriage sham has become something everyone's concerned about.
Yeah.
Just like the electoral fraud.
Yeah.
So the 2 points I'd like to make is Mr. Trump wanted the voter rolls from all the states so they could cross-check who might be registered to vote in South Carolina, and they get their mailed-in, mailed-in voter from wherever, and they vote in 2 places. And Stephanie Thomas is making no effort at all to cross-check that a voter in Connecticut also voted in South Carolina. Now, this also was a problem when you had to show up at the polls, but it's a lot harder to vote in 3 elections when you've got to be in that state to cast the vote. It's a lot easier when all you need is something in the mail that your mother, if you're a college student, says, here, this came in the mail for you. Fill it out.
Yeah.
And so you vote in California and Connecticut, and nobody knows because nobody's looking. And the last point I want to make, Connecticut is part of I think it's called the popular vote compact.
Oh, that thing.
Where they want
my
to get rid
God.
of the electoral college.
Yeah.
And the thing about that is, if we commit voter fraud in our ridiculously blue state, every vote past 50% plus 1 is pointless because we elect blue people with 50% plus 1. But if the popular vote and we throw out the electoral college, the electoral college at least quarantines rotten fraud to the state that doesn't, and we deserve to suffer. But if you throw the electoral college out, a really blue state can really run up the votes to get like 90% blue votes.
Which, by the way, Dave, I'll let you finish here. I have a piece of audio. Maybe I'll get to it later. That's what Kamala Harris wants to do. Did you hear that soundbite from her over the weekend? Get rid of the electoral college. What?
I'm not usually a conspiracist, but you got to hand it to these blue Democrats. The large picture is never very far from their central focus. And this no excuse absentee ballot with long lead times for when you can start mailing in the vote. It's all part of a big picture, to grab all the power. And there's no checks and balances. Stephanie Thomas is useless. She never investigates anything. And thanks for letting me on.
And Dave, appreciate that, my friend. Stay cool, a little steamy out there. This is wild. 90 today, 90 tomorrow, and 60 on Thursday. Bring back the 60s. Yes. And I don't mean the music, although the music is fine. Yeah, I've got that audio coming up. It's very opportune that Dave mentioned this. See, this is how, and I say this with all the love in my heart, but you talk about Trump and MAGA, this is how dumb Democrats can be, right? You're a Democrat and you're saying, thank God Trump will be gone in 2028 or even sooner, I think next year. So you would think that high-power, high-profile Democrats, right, you would think that they might moderate their tone just a little because in 2028, people will be tired of Trump. He'll be gone. They don't want J.D. Vance. But no, what are they doing? They go back to the same freaking stupid playbook. Get rid of the Electoral College and I'll play this soundbite for you later. Kamala Harris, and she still doesn't get it. Sweet Jesus. She doesn't get it. She's talking in this soundbite 3 things. Get rid of the Electoral College, pack the Supreme Court. Gee, ask FDR how that worked out. Single-handedly revived the Republican Party in this country. So she wants to pack the Supreme Court, get rid of the Electoral College. Oh, and this, of course, make D.C. and Puerto Rico states.
When you want real local news, you turn to WICC. When you want real live and local talk, you turn to WICC. There's no AI here. We're in your community because it's our community too. Personalities you know and trust, delivering what matters to you. We're the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
This is Mar Jennings, and I'm inviting you to join me for an unforgettable and inspiring night. My brand new one-man show. It's funny, it's heartfelt, it's all true. Come, laugh with me, reflect with me, and maybe even see your own story in mine. Friday, May 22nd at the Sacred Heart Community Theater in Fairfield. 100% of the proceeds are going to the Center for Family Justice. Tickets are on sale now.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth, he discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Head to voiceofct.com and sign up your office for free breakfast delivered from Cakes by Sonia. It's the WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound closed in Madison because of an accident involving a motorcycle. In Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound slow ride starts in Stamford. And on 84 eastbound, you're all bunched up through Newtown going into exit 11. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit ColumbiaDental.com today. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low of 70. Afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Still hot with a high of 90. Thursday, sunny and cooler with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Oxford's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Yeah, on the break there, I was able to find that audio. I guess it was Kamala Harris. She was at she was interviewing with somebody and the video got out. It's not AI. It's been shared all over the place and it's been featured by some talk hosts around the country. Oh, you right-wingers. No, this is a woman that is near the top of the Democratic polls. Again, good for her. Listen, she can run as many times as she wants until she fills out 2 terms in the White House. I'm not telling her not to run, but man, you're going to run it back with ideas like packing the Supreme Court, making Puerto Rico and D.C. states, and getting rid of the Electoral College. You know what's funny? The progressives in this country, they only hate they only hate the Electoral College when they can't win it. You want to get rid of the Electoral College? That means the 12 biggest states will decide every election. You okay with that? Maybe you are. Maybe you're saying, hey, the 12 biggest states should decide it. Screw the other 38. I don't know. But if these people want to have any chance whatsoever post-2028 after Trump is done and stave off Marco Rubio or J.D. Vance or somebody, you got to come up with some new material. You got to stop with the old jokes. After you've heard them 10 or 20 times, Madam VP, it's not going to work. And now you have AOC saying you can't make $1 billion. I mean, where does that come from? Do they actually believe this crap? Do they actually think this is going to work in Middle America? Because you all got your asses handed to you in 2024. The Electoral College, the popular vote, and the 7 swing states. You strike 1, strike 2, strike 3. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. 3 fastballs, maybe a curve and 2 changeups. You swung and missed. What are your ideas? We know you hate Trump. What are your ideas? Oh, I know. Let's have a few more No Kings rallies. Why don't we do that? Now, to cleanse your palate later on, after the cut of Kamala Harris, I will play another prominent Democrat, somewhat more to the center, somebody with an actual brain, Rahm Emanuel, former congressman, former White House guy, former U.S. ambassador, I think, to Japan, former mayor of Chicago, quite a resume. He has about 40 seconds of what the Democrats have to do in 2028. And he's debating with some guy, and I love this clip from Emanuel. You're here to hear it later on in the show, maybe next hour after the news at 4:30, where he's like, you got to stop with the transgender athlete garbage. And Rahm must have been listening to the show here, but he talks about how do Democrats not give a crapola about Title IX anymore? I thought you people were the party of women. What happened to that? So we'll get to that next hour. At 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, as we motor right along here. It's a Tuesday edition of Connecticut Today.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound closed in Madison because of an accident involving a motorcycle in Lower Fairfield County. 95 north over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound slow ride starts in Stamford, and on 84 eastbound you're all bunched up through Newtown going into exit 11. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit ColumbiaDental.com today. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
An air quality alert will be in effect through late this evening. Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low of 70. Afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow is still hot with a high of 90. Thursday, sunny and cooler with a high 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful. My grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years, and as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
Warmer weather is finally here, and that means cookouts,
ball games,
and maybe enjoying some time on the water.
But it also means lots of heavy foods, sweets, and maybe an extra adult beverage or two. Thank goodness we both take Active Liver from New Nordic. Did you know your liver works around the clock processing food, sugar, alcohol, and everyday toxins? All the things that can really impact your health.
That's why daily support matters. Active Liver is designed to protect normal liver function and support your body's natural detox process.
With trusted natural ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and artichoke extract, it's gentle enough to take all year long.
No harsh cleanses, no extreme detoxes, just simple daily liver support. We really feel the difference.
Active Liver helps us enjoy the good things in life with peace of mind that our liver isn't working overtime. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com, and you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
For the best FCAC high school baseball and lacrosse coverage, listen to Bats and Sticks with Dave Rudin. Tune in every Sunday at 11 a.m. on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Bats and Sticks, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food served fast.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Have you heard that Milford, Connecticut was recently voted the third best place to retire in the United States? Come see for yourself and visit Forest Hills Milford, offering newly constructed rental units in an active 55-plus community. Assigned garage parking with direct access to your building's elevator, storage units, and a state-of-the-art fitness center included free with your monthly rent. No additional cost for the things that make life easy. Visit ForestHillsMilford.com for more information or to schedule a tour. Forest Hills Milford, bringing ease and comfort to your everyday life.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit Ellen J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The U.S. Department of Justice is suing the state over a new law prohibiting agents from wearing masks. The law passed through the General Assembly and was signed into law over the spring session. It establishes, quote, protected areas where people cannot be arrested for civil offenses and prohibits law enforcement officers from wearing masks while on duty.
These are places, actually, people like to use this word sanctuary. These are actual sanctuaries. Houses of God, Also, sensitive places include places like schools where there are children, because we love our children.
The Justice Department says that the law is, quote, blatantly unconstitutional, saying the state doesn't have the authority to tell federal agents what they can and can't do. Attorney General William Tong says the state will, quote, vigorously defend the law, saying it is, quote, necessary to protect public safety. The Connecticut State Colleges and Universities Systems Board of Regents Chair Marty Guay is resigning amid an investigation into possible wrongdoing. Guay had originally planned to step down later this year, but decided to submit his resignation effective immediately. It comes while an investigation into former interim chancellor John Maduco is ongoing. The woman who made the claims against Maduco says she would have come forward earlier, but Guay told her he had fired someone for making a sexual harassment complaint in the past. Guay said he is confident the independent review process, quote, will be conducted thoroughly and transparently. Prior to the resignation announcement, Governor Ned Lamont spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 about Guay's leadership and the ongoing investigation.
Look, he's been a strong leader for the system. I've got to talk to him. It was really important that we get this investigation out, make it public, and show no stone unturned.
100 people are under arrest following an investigation into an illegal gambling and cockfighting ring at a Tolland residence. State police carried out a search warrant at a Mountain Spring Road residence on Saturday, located 273 birds on the property, and seized about $90,000 in cash. The homeowners, Elvin Miranda and Lisa Miranda, were booked for cruelty to animals, professional gambling, operating a gambling premise, and risk of injury to a minor. The seized birds had to be euthanized. 2 firefighters are injured after a house fire in West Haven. West Haven Fire Chief James O'Brien said the 2 firefighters were transported to the hospital for evaluation of minor injuries. The fire was reported Monday evening on Church Street between Savin and Kelsey Avenues, with crews seeing the fire on the second story that extended up into the attic. 3 people who live in the home are receiving assistance from the American Red Cross. The cause of the fire is under investigation. 2 college students charged in connection with a fire that damaged a Fairfield shopping plaza following the 2024 SantaCon Beach gathering have been granted accelerated rehabilitation, giving them a chance to avoid criminal convictions if they stay out of trouble for 2 years and complete 150 hours of community service. Prosecutors said 21-year-old Henry Hirsch and 20-year-old Samuel Archer accidentally sparked the blaze at Heritage Square Plaza after smoking marijuana and playing with matches near piles of leaves, causing an estimated $400,000 in damage. Surveillance video shows the pair and others unsuccessfully trying to extinguish the fire before leaving the scene. Despite opposition from the state, a judge approved the diversionary program after noting the students had paid a $10,000 insurance deductible, remained arrest-free for more than a year, and expressed remorse in court. Connecticut drivers are still paying above $4 per gallon for gas. According to AAA, the average price for a gallon of regular Monday was $4.64. That's unchanged from the previous day, but prices are still up by 58 cents over the past month. And Marco Antonio Solis is coming to Uncasville. The iconic Mexican singer announced his, quote, gratitude tour on social media with 21 dates planned. He will be playing at the Mohegan Sun Arena on August 19th. Tickets go on sale to the general public May 22nd. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound is closed between exit 60 and 59 for a crash involving a motorcycle. On the Merritt Parkway northbound, accident reported at Black Rock Turnpike has things backed up through Fairfield. On 95 northbound in Lower Fairfield County, a 90-minute ride, Greenwich through to Bridgeport, a few breaks along the way through. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low of 70. Afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, still hot with a high of 90. Thursday, sunny and cooler with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, so Josh Elliott, progressive Democrat, state rep from Hamden, who got 25% of it, I think if you round it up or down, 75 to 25, Ned Lamont won the delegate count as incumbent governor over the weekend. So Josh Elliott is not wasting any time here, according to this from our friends at News 8 WTNH. He is proposing changes to the tax structure. Now, the reason this is significant is, and he's being no fool here, he knows that as the Democratic Party, both nationally, across the country, and here in Connecticut, starts to morph, one of the big things that a lot of new progressive Democrats don't like is rich people keeping too much of their money. And they come out and say it. I'm not putting words in their mouths here. So apparently there is an interview coming up this Sunday on WTNH, I believe, over the weekend with Dennis House. And one of the things that Josh Elliott wants to do, and here's a quote here. It's going to air Sunday morning at 10 this week in Connecticut with Dennis House, right before our friend John McKinney and Tom Dudzik there in the Capitol Report at 10:30. So Josh Elliott said this, the quote from Channel 8, quote, "The first thing we're going to do is make sure that we fix our tax structure, that we have what Massachusetts did, have a 4% surcharge on people making $1 million or more. With that revenue, send it back to municipalities to make sure that the quality of your education is not dependent on the zip code you're born in." Now, we can debate that over and over again, but how does Ned Lamont, how do mainline Democrats, seeing what's happening with their party, how do they respond to that? Because I got to tell you, and this is rhetorical here. It's nothing that you don't already know. I got to tell you, there are a lot, shall we say, a blank load of Democrats that are going to agree with Josh Elliott. And listen, he's got nothing to lose, especially if he can qualify for the $3 million it is that he gets to run the run a buy media and run a campaign for the primary coming up in August. And look, I know that he has publicly come out and said, "Listen, I'm not Mamdani," and I'm not saying that he is. But how did Zoran Mamdani win his the affordability? The rent's too high. Remember that guy from how many years ago with the mutton chop? Those mutton chops on that guy, they would have made Elvis some proud boy there, right? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And listen, and I don't blame Josh Elliott for this. You have to go after a candidate in the area that you and he or you and her or you and they, if there are multiple personalities, I don't know, multiple genders. You go after the candidate in the areas that you disagree. You don't go and say, well, I'm battling Governor Lamont, but you know what? We kind of agree on guns, and we agree on energy, and we agree on abortion and whatever. No. So I'm telling you something. I still think Lamont wins the nomination, but just like I said with how much support, was going to end up popping out of the convention with Josh Elliott, I don't think you can really underestimate this guy. And remember, if the guy catches fire with a lot of disillusioned Democrats in the state, that's all you need. So he's proposing a 4% surcharge on anything $1 million or over. So if you're right at $1 million, that's $40,000. And a lot of people are going to say, including some Republicans who support Ned Lamont, they're going to say, well, yeah, it's not a lot of money when you're making $1 million. But then again, you have the other tax bite or whatever. But, man, I got to tell you, folks, I think this thing is going to be a heck of a lot more fascinating than people think it will. And it's going to be interesting if what you heard from the governor the other day say, hey, we're plenty progressive. Look at our record. Yeah, but Ned, with all due respect, Governor, Your Excellency, I guess technically the governor of the state is his or her excellency. Kiss the ring. It's not social policy so much now. It really isn't. All that stuff is locked in here in Connecticut. It's how much are you taxing who or whom. Tim and Paul, hang on. We'll be right to you as we come back here down the Mary Road on WICC.
Never met a dent we couldn't smooth out. At Sono Collision, we turn your oopsie-daisy into amazing with our top-notch repair. No more crying over crumpled fenders. We'll erase your car's memory of that pesky light pole. Cruise over to Sono Collision today, where even your car forgets its accidents. Visit us at sonocollision.com, because a good car deserves a great recovery.
A collision on a motorcycle isn't like any other accident. A lot of lawyers don't understand that, probably because they've never been on a bike. At the law firm of Trantolo & Trantolo, we ride, and we get it. If you're hurt on your bike, you need somebody who understands what you're going through, who knows how to get you the money you deserve and how to get you back on the road. If you're injured on a motorcycle, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com. That's trantololaw.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound is closed between exit 60 and 59 for a crash involving a motorcycle. On the Merritt Parkway northbound, accident reported at Black Rock Turnpike, has things backed up through Fairfield. On 95 northbound in Lower Fairfield County, a 90-minute ride, Greenwich through to Bridgeport, a few breaks along the way through. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
An air quality alert will be in effect through late this evening. Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low of 70. Afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow is still hot with a high of 90. Thursday, sunny and cooler with a high 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Our phone lines are always open. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
All right, right you are right here at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So you'll hear it this weekend on the Dennis House Sunday program on WTNH News 8. They released some early quotes there from Josh Elliott saying, yeah, I'm going to raise taxes. That's it. 4% on $1 million or more. Something that Ned Lamont refuses to do. Interesting. Will they try to out-progressive each other? I don't know. You tell me. And the Republicans will be sitting there just kind of nodding their heads going, okay. Paul in Orange is here. Paul, good afternoon. How are you?
Paul, thanks for taking my call
yes,
as
sir.
always.
Yes, sir.
Paul, I know you've been doing this a long time, elections and primaries. I have a very specific question I'd like to ask.
Okay.
In the New York Times yesterday about Kentucky, that fascinating primary.
Yeah.
With Gallrain and Massey, they were saying how over $30 million is being spent as primary. But what I think even makes it more interesting The Gallery refuses to debate Massey. What do you think about A, all that money being spent, and B, given to a guy who refuses to debate the guy who's already in office? Thank you, Paul.
Well, Paul, number one, if you refuse to debate, that means you're probably going to win. Usually, if you perceive you're ahead, if you're doing polling that says you're ahead, why would you want to debate? 2 words, Aaron Stewart. Now, again, there were extenuating circumstances, but look, when you're winning and you have enough internal and external polling that says you're winning, now I could be wrong here, but if you're winning, you look around your what you call in politics, your kitchen cabinet. Do we want to debate him? No. Why? We're up by 6 points. Rarely do debates help, they hurt. So, Paul, maybe that's, I don't know. And, you know, so much money is going in there because there's such a razor-thin margin in the House now. You know, you've had some people leaving, some people quitting, some Democratic victories. So with every one of those, it becomes even more and more tenuous for the Republicans and for Trump. Now, one thing that the Republicans have started doing over the past few days, I know that is probably going to be the death knell for Massey, is they're being very simple, and they're putting bullet points about whatever this guy, the challenger is. Sorry, Paul, I forgot his name. Saying, hey, this guy's a veteran, several former business owner, whatever. And what they're doing is they're juxtaposing it on social media with all the people and the groups who support Massey. And their message is, well, the guy is a Republican in name only. He's a rhino because look at all the people. And I'm not saying whether this is going to work or not. I think he's done. And maybe it has to do with his stance on the Epstein files. I don't know. But you know, now he may, I mean, I don't know, Paul. I don't know. I am convinced that you do not do anything to hurt you when you are perceived as winning. Why does Vladimir Putin not want to end the war with Ukraine? Because he's being told, or in his perception, we're going to wait him out if it takes 4 more freaking years. We're winning here. And he is. Ukraine. God bless the Ukraine people. They're not going to beat Russia. You're not going to beat the Russian bear. You may hold them off in a stalemate, but that's not winning. Tie game ain't you with more points in the end. So, you know. And as far as Massey, you know, for a guy that calls himself a Republican, I read his list of endorsements the other day. I'm like, really? Well, the only reason, and Eric Erickson, I heard a pre-feed of his show today. You're here tonight at 10 on WICC. He makes a good point. The only reason that there's love for Massey is from people who hate Trump, which is fine. So I don't know. I mean, Massey is kind of the House's version of Rand Paul. So, you know, the whole libertarian, yeah, I call myself a Republican, but sorry. Some growing up with a black and white TV. Tim in Hamden here. Tim, hello, what's up?
Well, a couple of things before we get to taxes and everything like that. It was the state Democratic convention. Some new delegates were kind of surprised. They went up there and there was an invocation, and people were like, you know, what's all the Jesus stuff? And they're like, you know, I'm kind of surprised. You know, the Democrats didn't even pick somebody who was like, you know, let's kind of keep this even nonpartisan.
Well, I think Tim, that's not by accident. I think that you know, it's like, just bite your lip for a 20-second invocation because maybe they think we have a certain deficit with certain voters, but whatever. It's a good point, though. It's a good point. It's a good point.
By the way, has Aaron Stewart been arrested yet?
Not that I know of, nor do we know whether she will be or not. I mean, Tim, you know what's going on.
I keep hearing a lot of ex-cops, including Paul Vance and others, saying that she probably will be.
Well, we'll see.
We'll have to see, and maybe she'll be get you know, special treatment.
She'll cut a deal. She'll cut a deal. They'll cut a deal.
And you know, if she, you know, No, I won't say anything else.
No.
Look, California is getting very close to essentially saying no taxes on anybody below $100,000.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
And now that is much more appealing to me. It's simpler. Say you make under $100,000, no state tax, and as opposed to dealing with federal tax, which you can always move to Florida, wherever, and along those lines. Not that we would have any, fair and equal, national tax, but that would make much more sense, and it's kind of a, interesting economic indicator as far as money, that sort of thing. I'd like to see much more people who are retired, for example, stay in the state.
Sure.
As opposed to move to Florida and everything else. Take your pension money or whatever, state money, and, go off and everything like that. Improve the economy. I hear all the time, well, people are moving out of Connecticut, economy's so bad.
Tim,
but it's also no tax.
Yeah, Tim, a friend of mine moved. She had a very nice house in Glastonbury. I did some consulting work with her years ago, and we would go over her house, not beautiful section of Glastonbury. So, her and her husband were doing well. He was a corporate guy, and now they're down in Carolina. And she messaged me a couple of years ago. She said, oh, my God, my property taxes are capped at like $700 a year or something. I said, do we miss Glastonbury? She's like, nah.
No. Now, do they have a state income tax there?
I don't know.
I think there's like a half dozen, states and everything. But it's like, oh, by the way, I'm all for giving, close to $1 billion.
I know, that's horrible.
To the rioters and stuff. It's just, and they will probably do it because they're so lazy. They went ahead and pardoned all the people, whether they were violent or whatever, because they didn't want to go through and vet them and say,
Tim,
this one,
Yeah, and Tim, my point is, it's exactly that sort of stuff that I caution the people on the progressive left or Democrats from getting too excited about, because there are a lot of people in this country would say, yeah, and come 2028, Tim, they're going to say, well, all right, we hated that, but are we getting a replay of 2024 from the other side again? That's something we also don't want. So I don't know, man. I throw my arms up in the air.
I still see people, Democratic friends, talking about Kamala Harris again. I'm going, what are you talking about? Oh my God! And I tell them, please vote third party. Don't vote for her.
Well, Tim, I do have to go, but thank you. And speaking of Ms. Harris, I will after the news at 4:30 at the bottom of the hour. It's exactly what Tim and I were just talking about. Look, God bless her. She ascended to one footstep away, one crisis away. Kamala Harris was one, as they say, a heartbeat away from being the leader of the free world. And I will never besmirch her or belittle her for reaching. I don't care how she got there, all the jokes, whatever. Willie Brown, who he talks about, he doesn't pull punches. But whatever. But Ms. Harris, Madam Vice President, ma'am, with all due respect, permission to speak freely, you got your rear end handed to you in 2024. 7, not 1, 2, or 3. 7 swing states you lost. You lost the Electoral College, so don't bitch and moan and say we have to get rid of it. And you lost the popular vote. And this thing that I guess Connecticut's a member, this national popular vote thing. So wait a minute. If we had this asinine national popular vote thing in which these states, we pledge to give our votes to we're not going to deal with this Electoral College thing in Connecticut with our 7 electoral votes, 5 House members and 2 Senate members. No, we will pledge that we will give those electoral votes to the winner of the national popular vote. Wait a minute. You're going to give your 7 electoral votes, if this was in action in 2024, you're going to give those with a smile on your face and a hop in your step to Donald Trump because he won the popular vote. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of your fellow Democrats in the state would be just thrilled with that.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound is closed between exit 60 and 59 for a crash involving a motorcycle. On the Merritt Parkway northbound, accident reported at Black Rock Turnpike has things backed up through Fairfield. On 95 northbound in Lower Fairfield County, a 90-minute ride, Greenwich through to Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way through. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low of 70. Afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow is still hot with a high of 90. Thursday, sunny and cooler with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The rave reviews for Fairfield Motorworks say it all. Ron in Fairfield bought his Mercedes and says, "Love this place. I've finally found a mechanic I can trust." Diane in Shelton had her Nissan serviced and says, "This shop is the best. They go above and beyond. For the mechanics you can trust, bring your car to Fairfield Motorworks." 203-333-1800. Fairfield Motorworks in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Motorworks. 203-333-1800.
Now through Friday only, the Voice of Connecticut May Savings Auction is on. Home improvements, spa services, furniture, all starting at 50% off. $5,000 of outdoor furniture for $2,500. A $9,000 hot tub for $4,000. A wedding package for $50,000, only $1,200. All items from local businesses and all bids start at 50% off. Go to voiceofct.com. Click the May auction banner. That's voiceofct.com. Click the May auction banner. Bid and save.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, coming up, news top of the hour. We will, from ABC News, and we will get the world and national picture there. Chris Williams has your local stuff and statewide stuff, top and bottom of every hour. And coming up, we'll talk with a blogger and an author who is watching closely, as you should be too. Have you seen what's going on in England? Where a lot of people, and of course, they're branded as right-wing extremists, but these are people saying, hey, enough with the delusion, not delusion, the dilution as in diluting. Enough with the dilution or the diluting of British culture. And hundreds of thousands of them took to the streets all throughout the UK over the weekend. And now there are fears that things could get and because this is what has happened with uncontrolled migration. And if you speak out, folks, I know we bitch and moan about people like Jimmy Kimmel and The View and everything. Listen, this is why I say you do not silence these people here. We don't do that. You know why? That's what they try to do in England. And that's what they try to do in Canada, too. Two of our closest allies, no matter what Mr. Trump says, have like speech laws. Now, we have free speech, but there are limits. But when you look at threats being made over the weekend, last weekend, about people who support this stuff, it's, Keir Starmer there, I got to tell you something. What a piece of work this guy is. This guy is Prime Minister deer in the headlights there. So we'll talk about that. Megan Portfolio in the 5 o'clock hour as well. And we'll give you some, after the news at the bottom of the hour, next hour, we'll give you some, a replay, the best of Kamala Harris. It's not from 2024. It's from just a few days ago. And you'll sit there and you'll just go,
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. Vice President Vance says a fund to pay aggrieved Americans would be decided case by case. And about those who attacked cops at the Capitol, ABC's Stephen Portnoy.
He did say the administration is not trying to give money to anybody who attacked a police officer. And he said that claims would be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. He suggested some people who were duly convicted by juries and sentenced by judges may have been subject to kangaroo courts with judges who mistreated them. Broadly, Vance said the intent is to give money from this $1.8 billion settlement fund to those, in his view, were really mistreated. He even said Hunter Biden is welcome to apply.
ABC's Alex Stone is in San Diego, where 3 victims of a mosque attack are now identified.
One was the manager for 40 years of the bookstore here at the mosque and was a beloved member of the staff inside the mosque. Another was a community member who, according to the Islamic Center of San Diego, played a major role in getting people away from the gunfire and so that they were not hit, getting them inside. And then Amin Abdullah, the security guard here, who we understand from the mosque that the shooters actually came in through the main gate here, and then Abdullah fired on them, and there was an exchange of gunfire, and he took them on.
To Texas, where a senator suffers a setback.
President Trump promised months ago to endorse either incumbent Senator John Cornyn or challenger Ken Paxton, adding that he would ask the other to drop out. Well, he's finally made his choice, throwing his support to Paxton. Cornyn says it'll take more than just GOP votes to defeat Democrat James Tallarico in November's general election.
You need independents and the occasional convert from the other party. And Ken Paxton will get none of those.
Trump, by the way, has not asked Cornyn to end his re-election campaign yet. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Dallas.
Dow down at the close, 321 points. You're listening to ABC News.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Well, the word out of Georgia from election officials now is that the Republican primary voters have slightly outnumbered Democratic voters so far today, this primary day. Unclear if Republicans will overcome Democrats' early turnout. Primaries are also underway in Alabama, Georgia, Kentucky, Idaho, Oregon, and Pennsylvania. The CDC is confirming an American missionary doctor is positive with Ebola in Central Africa. Dr. Peter Stafford has been evacuated to Germany for treatment and monitoring. Dr. Stafford's wife is also a doctor. She and another doctor in the group are in quarantine. Colleague Dr. Scott Myrie on how they're doing.
They are all considered contacts. They were exposed to patients that were considered to be Ebola cases, though the patients that they saw died before they and were buried before they could be tested because the epidemic was identified as Ebola virus so late after so many cases have happened. But they're all asymptomatic.
131 deaths reported so far. Some of the cruise line passengers quarantined at the National Quarantine Unit in Nebraska for possible exposure to hantavirus. Well, they've had it. At least 2 have asked to quarantine at home instead. But the CDC says nope, they got to stay isolated 12 more days. The incubation period for hantavirus lasts up to 2 months. I'm Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
You think a ticket for not wearing your seatbelt is the worst that could happen. A fine, an inconvenience, a little embarrassment. But then comes the crash. There are injuries, a hospital bed, the long road to recovery, the moments you'll miss. Suddenly, a ticket doesn't seem so bad. That ticket? That was nothing. Click it. Don't risk it. Paid for.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
100 people are under arrest following an investigation into an illegal gambling and cockfighting ring at a Tolland residence. State police carried out a search warrant at a Mountain Spring Road residence on Saturday. located 273 birds on the property and seized about $90,000 in cash. The homeowners, Elvin Miranda and Lisa Miranda, were booked for cruelty to animals, professional gambling, operating a gambling premise, and risk of injury to a minor. The seized birds had to be euthanized. Norwalk police say 2 people are in custody and 5 pounds of cannabis products are off the streets. This follows the execution of search warrants at Wally Convenience and King's Tobacco after detectives determined employees at both stores were selling marijuana products without state dispensary licenses. The first raid at Wally Convenience unveiled more than 4 pounds of cannabis products and resulted in the arrest of 28-year-old Imad Alaudi. The second raid ended in the arrest of Sari Saleh of Brooklyn, New York, and unveiled more than 1.5 pounds of cannabis. The bond for Alaudi was set at $50,000, while Saleh's bond is $1,000. And Marco Antonio Solis is coming to Uncasville. The iconic Mexican singer announced his, quote, gratitude tour on social media with 21 dates planned. He will be playing at the Mohegan Sun Arena on August 19th. Tickets go on sale to the general public May 22nd. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound closed between exit 60 and 59 for an accident involving a motorcycle in Lower Fairfield County. 95 North Parkway, 90 minutes. Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. New Haven, 95 south, volume delays plenty through Long Wharf going into West Haven. And on 84 eastbound, co-rolling through Newtown going into exit 11. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
An air quality alert will be in effect for late this evening. Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low of 70. Afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow is still hot with a high of 90. Thursday, sunny and cooler with a high 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 2 hours down, 2 to go, 203-333-9422-333-WICC. Your buddy, your pal, Paul Piselli here. And that guy on the other side of the glass, Chris Williams, getting ready to do what he does. About this time every single day, Monday through Friday, we post a Facebook question of the day earlier in the program. And today I asked the folks if they approved of Governor Ned Lamont signing a bill allowing the use now of no excuse. There's a no excuse, honey. No excuse absentee ballots in Connecticut elections. So you don't have to fit one of those categories that's like 5 or 6 different things. You're sick, you're infirm permanently, it's your religious Sabbath, you're going to be out of town, you're in the military, or you're working at another polling place. And Chris is looking at some of the answers here. Got a good number of answers here on this one. And Chris, what do you have?
A cornucopia.
Yes, a cornucopia of answers. Some of the better ones. What do you have?
Without any obscenities, Vicky says no, military and validated persons with homebound disabilities should be the only ones allowed absentee ballots. If you want to vote, get out and vote. Robert says, of course, why shouldn't Americans be able to exercise their right to vote with ease? Tim says, yes, we voted for it in 2024, so it is in the Constitution. Yes, it's been voted in 2024 statewide by a landslide by the people. That's from Terry. Robert, not at all. It makes people lazy. No, that's from Carrie, Charlie, Chuck. Karen says yes. And Jenny says there's so much room for error in this, especially after what we saw happen in Bridgeport. Instead of calling for more controls and ensuring accuracy, they loosened it and made it easier for fraud.
But I will say one thing that you can rest assured in. The Republicans had threatened to filibuster this sucker and kill it, and they got they did some of the Republicans in the House and Senate, they were able to get a change made. Republicans complained the original provision of the bill left municipal officials with no way to verify if voters signed up for permanently voting by mail, whether they still lived at their addresses. So now the amended version allows voters to sign up for absentee ballot applications to be automatically mailed to them, not the actual ballot. So the small but vocal Republican caucus had said, listen, we'll talk this thing to death. We'll stay here for months and weeks if we have to. But you have to change a part in the bill from automatically mailing ballots to automatically mailing applications. So small victory. Rocky in Oxford is here. Rocky, good afternoon. How are you?
Good. Well, we say my favorite common sense talk show.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that, Rocky. I really do. Thank you.
Question. Are you aware that Speaker Johnson, maybe about a week ago, held a memorial service for law enforcement officers who died in the line of duty?
Yeah. Okay.
You're not?
All right.
You're not aware of that?
I may have been. There's so much stuff that I'm watching here, Rocky, but go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, well, he did, and I even posted it on Facebook after I saw it. I make you aware that not one Democrat was there to honor the law enforcement officers. Not one. And, more embarrassing, not one from Connecticut, including Murphy or Blumenthal or DeLauro. Not one could show their support for officers who died in the line of duty. Isn't that embarrassing?
Well, Rocky, and thank you for the call. I have a guest coming up. I have to look that up. I thought I saw something to that effect with Speaker Johnson. Now, there's one or two things here, Rocky. And thank you for the call and thank you for the kind words. If there was an overtly political message connected to that, and if it was pushing some legislation, I'm not surprised Democrats didn't show up. But if that ceremony was supposedly nonpartisan and they didn't show up, I find that hard to believe. But, Rocky, thank you, and I will look that up. All right, we will head across the pond, if you will. What is going on in the once great UK?
This spring, Melissa in the Morning is hitting the road and coming to your town. It's the return of the WICC Brown Roofing Melissa in the Morning Diner Tour. Order up. Every Thursday morning, join Melissa Sheketoff as she broadcasts live from diners across Fairfield County. Local leaders, select men, and everyone that makes your town great will stop by live. Find the full schedule at voiceofct.com and join us. Presented by Connecticut Education Association.
When life turns uncertain, Bridgeport Rescue Mission is here, providing food, shelter, and support to local families and individuals when they need it most.
Did you know that through our New Life Addiction Recovery Program, our program addresses the root causes of addiction, not just the symptoms?
Give today for hope for tomorrow. Go to BridgeportRescueMission.org. Let your donation restore hope. BridgeportRescueMission.org.
Looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price? Get to Town Fair Tire. Michelin's innovative technologies are designed for durability and performance over any of the toughest road conditions, so you can trust you're getting the highest quality tires. And Town Fair's been a name you can trust since 1967. Now with over 120 locations and still growing, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan.
Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center in Florist and Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into that garden guy Sunday mornings at 9 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastimes. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 9 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
WICC 600 AM and 95.9 FM has your traffic covered. Listen weekdays for the most up-to-date traffic reports brought to you by Smart MLS. There's a smarter way to sell your home.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound closed between exit 60 and 59 for an accident involving a motorcycle. In Lower Fairfield County, 95 North Parkway, 90 minutes. Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. New Haven, 95 south, volume delays plenty through Long Wharf going into West Haven. And on 84 eastbound, Code-Rawling through Newtown going into exit 11. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low of 70. Afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, still hot with a high of 90. Thursday, sunny and cooler with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
WICC 695.9, where for the past 100 years, we've been the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, taking you all around the world, too, here on Connecticut Today. Back to open phones coming up. Our friend Megan Portfolio from the Yankee Institute at 5:15. All right, let's step into a topic that a lot of people find difficult to talk about, but we have to. And again, there was a mass demonstration or mass demonstrations all across the UK and in Great Britain over the weekend in London. And a lot of people are saying, well, see, we told you so because of past policies. And the Prime Minister of Great Britain, Keir Starmer, seems, I'll be kind, inept on this. Mark Tapson joins us, Tapson. He's on Substack.com, like a lot of our other guests here. Titles himself The Culture Warrior. He says, I write about the intersection of culture and politics. He's been on several national outlets. My old buddy Glenn Beck has had him on from time to time. Let's talk about what's going on in Great Britain. Mark, it's Paul here in Connecticut. How are you, sir?
I'm doing pretty well. Thank you, Paul.
Mark, I saw the video over the weekend, and frankly, I think this is one of the most underreported stories that the news media is shirking its responsibility. The first one is Cuba. We all know why that. But now this, Mark, and what happened over the weekend, in case parts of my audience weren't tuned into that?
Yeah, there's a trial that's currently underway in England over this incident that happened late last December, and it involves a white British university student, an 18-year-old, who was the victim of a stabbing in this confrontation that we don't have a whole lot of details about because there were no witnesses. A little bit of it was apparently captured on the student's cell phone. But in any case, the upshot of it is that this student was on the way home from partying with friends. He encountered a Sikh stranger, of the religion Sikhism.
Yeah.
And they had words. We don't know what that's all about exactly, but it ended with the university student being stabbed 4 times and the police arriving on the scene and arresting the student because even though he told them he had been stabbed and couldn't breathe, they said apparently one of the cops told him, I don't think so, mate. And they arrested and handcuffed him as he was bleeding. And accused him of racially abusing the Sikh stranger, the man who apparently had stabbed him with this this knife. In England, which has, very serious knife crime problems, they have strict knife laws, but Sikhs are allowed a religious exemption to carry a sort of a ceremonial knife, which this person did have, but he also had, in addition to that, what turned out to be the murder weapon, is an 8-inch knife. The student was stabbed 4 times, once in the lung, twice in the back of the legs, because apparently the student tried to flee, and the guys pursued him aggressively, according to the prosecutor. But when the cops arrived, this Sikh claimed that he had been the one that was attacked and was racially abused. So the cops arrested and handcuffed this student, who proceeded to fall unconscious and die before the police could administer aid.
Yeah.
So this is and the thing is, what's so controversial about this, besides the incredible reversal or hypocrisy of coming and arresting the person who's bleeding, is that it highlights the two-tier justice system that is currently enraging Brits all across London and England, and in other parts of Europe, for that matter. This two-tier justice system, which prioritizes the rights and protections of the massive migrant community, especially Muslims, over the indigenous, in this case, British citizens. And so this is part of the reason that there was one of the protests that you alluded to in the beginning, with the Unite the Kingdom protest, which drew so many people.
Yeah, and Mark, a few months ago, didn't we have another thing here where, and again, there are agitators on both sides, and there's this guy, Tommy Robinson, that doesn't really hold back. But, Mark, wasn't there outrage a few months ago when, my God, people across the country actually flew the Union Jack, and they flew the red and white flag of St. Paul, and you had some progressive people, you had Keir Starmer, acting like it was World War III here. And I tell my listeners all the time, Mark, they can criticize the U.S. all they want, and that's good, and we survive on that. But boy, never shirk away from the freedom of speech we have in this country, because I was watching that stuff a few weeks ago going, are you kidding me? I mean, that's just amazing.
Oh, yeah. I think a lot of Americans may not realize that even though some European countries do have free speech, they don't have it to the extent that we do. And that results in things like British authorities knocking on the doors of people who are then accused of having tweeted something Islamophobic. So it's crazy. And it's really emblematic of a lot of what's going on across Europe and even elsewhere in the Western world. Not really here, although we may eventually face something like that. But in the UK, if you're a flag waving patriot in the UK, the Keir Starmer regime there will smear you as far right, as a bigot. It's really outrageous that they'll take down flags that have been put up by patriots, and the British people are rising up against this. They've had enough.
Yeah, and the guest is Mark Tapson. I mean, Mark, is there any way to cool heads? Because I'm sure, Mark, as anything we always see, there are cooler heads on both sides. But to me, when any leadership of any country says, well, yeah, okay, but you have to understand, and a large amount of the population there is going to say, no, screw that. We don't have to understand. You're diluting our culture. You're diluting our pride in being Brits. I mean, is this only going to get worse before it gets better?
Yes, I think it will. I've been saying for years and years that it's going to get worse, that it's going to result in literal violence in the streets, because you have these elites in power all throughout most of Europe, but you can especially see it happening in the UK. You have these globalist elites who are hell-bent on dissolving national identities, dissolving national sovereignty, dissolving even the Christian faith of a continent that was once called Christendom. These globalist elites are hell-bent on doing this. They're not going to relinquish power. They simply double down anytime the British citizens express their outrage. They just double down on it. And so I think I don't see a peaceful solution to this I think in the short run, we're going to see increasing violence from a populace that has decided it's had enough, and that there's no and has no legal or social recourse except violence.
Not good. Our guest, Mark Tapson, by the way, the Shillman Fellow on Popular Culture for the David Horowitz Freedom Center. Folks, look for his books. And by the way, once again, Mark is on Substack.com. Go to Mark Tapson, Tapson, calls himself the Culture Warrior. Mark, thank you. Hopefully the situation gets better over there in the great UK, but we cross our fingers. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate the time today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Paul.
All right, appreciate it. Yeah, folks, it's getting worse in the UK. And because you had previous leaderships, as you did with Angela Merkel in Germany, oh, well, we need this migration because, and the excuse they give a lot of times is, well, we need inexpensive labor. Great. You need inexpensive labor, and then you dilute your culture. And you promote lawlessness in the streets. How's that working?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound closed between exit 60 and 59 for an accident involving a motorcycle. In Lower Fairfield County, 95 North Parkway, 90 minutes. Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. New Haven, 95 south, volume delays plenty through Long Wharf going into West Haven. And on 84 eastbound, co-rolling through Newtown going into exit 11. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
An air quality alert will be in effect through late this evening. Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low of 70. Afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Is still hot with a high of 90. Thursday, sunny and cooler with a high 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at BassoPHAC.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
Warmer weather is finally here, and that means cookouts,
ball games,
and maybe enjoying some time on the water.
But it also means lots of heavy foods, sweets, and maybe an extra adult beverage or two. Thank goodness we both take Active Liver from New Nordic. Did you know your liver works around the clock processing food, sugar, alcohol, and everyday toxins? All the things that can really impact your health.
That's why daily support matters. Active Liver is designed to protect normal liver function and support your body's natural detox process.
With trusted natural ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and artichoke extract, it's gentle enough to take all year long.
No harsh cleanses, no extreme detoxes, just simple daily liver support. We really feel the difference.
Active Liver helps us enjoy the good things in life with peace of mind that our liver isn't working overtime. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com, and you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer, or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt love, support hope, choose the Connecticut Humane Society.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The National Weather Service is issuing a heat advisory for certain Connecticut counties today. The advisory took effect today at 11 a.m. and will be in place through 8 p.m. on Wednesday. Temperatures could reach up to 96 degrees before cooler temperatures prevail on Thursday and throughout the weekend. The advisory calls for people to drink plenty of fluids and stay in air-conditioned environments if possible. An air quality alert was also put into effect by the State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. 2 college students charged in connection with a fire that damaged a Fairfield shopping plaza following the 2024 SantaCon Beach gathering have been granted accelerated rehabilitation, giving them a chance to avoid criminal convictions if they stay out of trouble for 2 years and complete 150 hours of community service. Prosecutors said 21-year-old Henry Hirsch and 20-year-old Samuel Archer accidentally sparked the blaze at Heritage Square Plaza after smoking marijuana and playing with matches near piles of leaves, causing an estimated $400,000 in damage. Surveillance video shows the pair and others unsuccessfully trying to extinguish the fire before leaving the scene. Despite opposition from the state, a judge approved the diversionary program after noting the students had paid a $10,000 insurance deductible, remained arrest-free for more than a year, and expressed remorse in court. 2 firefighters are injured after a house fire in West Haven. West Haven Fire Chief James O'Brien said the 2 firefighters were transported to the hospital for evaluation of minor injuries. The fire was reported Monday evening on Church Street between Savin and Kelsey Avenues, with crews seeing the fire on the second story that extended to the attic. 3 people who live in the home are receiving assistance from the American Red Cross. The cause of the fire is under investigation. The state of Connecticut now offering no excuse absentee ballot voting. Governor Ned Lamont held a bill signing ceremony this morning in Hartford for Public Act 2642, eliminating previously enacted restrictions in state law that limited where voters were allowed to vote in Connecticut elections and primaries with absentee ballots. With this change, all qualified voters in the state will now have the option of accessing absentee ballots to vote in all elections and primaries. Modifying the law is the result of the approval by Connecticut voters of a constitutional amendment that appeared as a ballot question in the November 5th, 2024 election. The U.S. Department of Justice is suing the state over a new law prohibiting agents from wearing masks. The law passed through the General Assembly and was signed into law over the spring session. It establishes, quote, protected areas where people cannot be arrested for civil offenses and prohibits law enforcement officers from wearing masks while on duty.
These are places, actually, people like to use this word sanctuary. These are actual sanctuaries. Houses of God. Also sensitive places include places like schools where there are children, because we love our children.
The Justice Department says the law is, quote, blatantly unconstitutional, saying the state doesn't have the authority to tell federal agents what they can and can't do. Attorney General William Tong says the state will, quote, vigorously defend the law, saying it is, quote, necessary to protect public safety. The Connecticut State Colleges and Universities Systems Board of Regents Chair Marty Guay is resigning amid an investigation into possible wrongdoing. Guay had originally planned to step down later this year, but decided to submit his resignation effective immediately. It comes while an investigation into former interim Chancellor John Maduco is ongoing. The woman who made the claims against Maduco says she would have come forward earlier, but Guay told her he had fired someone for making a sexual harassment complaint in the past. Guay said he is confident the independent review process, quote, will be conducted thoroughly and transparently. Prior to the resignation announcement, Governor Ned Lamont spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 about Guai's leadership and the ongoing investigation.
Look, he's been a strong leader for the system. I've got to talk to him. It was really important that we get this investigation out, make it public, and show no stone unturned.
Hartford Democratic State Senator Doug McCrory did not earn his party's endorsement to retain his seat. McCrory has served in state government for more than 2 decades, but the Democratic endorsement for the state's 2nd Senate district is going to State Representative Miriam Khan of Windsor. McCrory will have to overcome the endorsement and a third challenger, Ayanna Taylor, to retain his seat. By the third and final round of voting, McCrory received just 1 delegate compared to 38 for Khan and 30 for Taylor. McCrory is under an ongoing FBI investigation for directing public money to nonprofits and businesses in Hartford. And state officials are announcing an annual alcohol ban for 10 state recreation areas. The State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection Agency said the temporary ban begins May 20th and runs through August 17th. Deep said that the seasonal bans come due to increased crowding and alcohol consumption, which have contributed to misconduct, unruly behavior, property damage, trespassing, and complaints from visitors. More information on the ban can be found on the agency's website. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound closed between exits 60 and 59 for a motorcycle accident. Lower Fairfield County 95 or the Parkway northbound up to 90 minutes. Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport 84 eastbound heavy congestion through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low of 70. Afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, still hot with a high of 90. Thursday, sunny and cooler with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli is back and only on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9.
All right, so before we get back to open phones here, we check Wall Street and all that. I wanted to do this today. Let's play a game of compare and contrast. Remember we did that in school, okay, boys and girls? Adverbs, adjectives today, compare and contrast. And I do this because I made the point earlier that if the Democratic Party, both locally here in Connecticut and nationally, is to straighten itself out and not be so freaking far left as to bring on far right counter-programming here in D.C., you just, I don't know how you control the far left of this party before it walks the plank. Now, let me give you a couple of examples here of what I mean. And I know you probably people, and I have people that call up and, they say, my boy, Trump, and Trump can do it. This is not about Trump. The reason Donald Trump is in office right now is because the Democratic Party went nuts. Now, fortunately, there are some voices in the Democratic Party who are trying to quell the nutism. All right? So let me give you this stuff that is not, my dear friends on the other side of the aisle, let me give you the stuff that's not going to win in 2028. It's just not. Forget the embellishments about immigration. We're not even talking about that. So let's start off with a short clip here before we get to the money clip today from Kamala Harris. A short clip earlier of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Some people are calling her Sandy now. To which a few days ago she said, now mind you, she's near the top of some of the Democratic polls here. Mind you, she said this.
There's a certain level of wealth and accumulation that is unearned, right? You can't earn $1 billion.
Oh. That's right.
You just can't earn that.
That's exactly correct.
You can get market power. You can break rules. You can do all sorts of things. You can abuse labor laws.
Yep.
You can pay people less than what they're worth.
Yep.
but you can't earn that, right?
That's
And
right.
so you have to create a myth.
Oh,
that since you didn't earn that, you have to create a myth of earning it.
Elon Musk didn't earn that. I know what she's saying. You earn your money on the backs of people. Okay, Paul McCartney's a billionaire. He didn't. Did LeBron James earn that? Come on. And people are actually thinking of this woman for president now. Earlier, a couple of days ago, a Zoom call with Kamala Harris. All right, she wants to run again. Maybe she thinks if she has a full campaign, she can do better. Well, Madam Vice President, ma'am, with all due respect, if I can speak freely, thank you. You can't be doing this. You just can't, because you'll lose again.
This is a moment where there are no bad ideas. A no bad idea brainstorm is what I'd like to call it. And in that no bad ideas brainstorm, we talk about what we need to do and think about doing around the Electoral College. We talk about the idea of Supreme Court reform, which includes expanding the Supreme Court. We invite a conversation about multi-members districts. We talk about, look, that if we win the Senate, which we should and we will, then the Senate Judiciary Committee should have rules that they put in place so when these people come before as nominees to the Supreme Court and lie, that they are held to account and consequence. Not just that somebody goes on cable news and says they lied, but that there are rules in place to actually penalize people for lying to a Senate Judiciary Committee. That we agree that it is right to have ethics rules for Supreme Court justices. And let's put those in place. Let's talk about statehood for Puerto Rico and D.C.
Oh, yeah, let's talk about that. Yeah, let's make Bridgeport its own state. Why don't we do that? You see how this works, folks? The constant grievances here. No fresh legislative ideas. It's we're going to get you, we're going to get you. Notice how the left hates, they despise the Electoral College when they lose it. And by the way, she had something in there. Did you hear that? That she mentioned multi-member districts. You know what this is about now? This is the newest lunacy, that certain House districts should have more than one representative. Oh, my God. Make it stop. So, again, nothing about the direction of the party, just a lot of anger there. Anger from somebody who had $1 billion to spend and she lost. Now, there is hope. Former White House Chief of Staff Rahm Emanuel. And Mr. Emanuel has a pretty good, as opposed to AOC, he actually has a resume. I want you to listen to this. Here's Rahm Emanuel, who people are saying, well, he's kind of unelectable. Well, he's a 66-year-old white guy. And yeah, what else? Well, you know. No, I don't know. Tell me he's Jewish. Oh, can't vote for a Jew. You should vote for Rahm Emanuel, though, if you're going to be a Democrat. Listen to this. Former ambassador to Japan, former mayor of Chicago, former Illinois politician on a state level, former White House chief of staff to President Obama, and a guy who gets it and who was telling two people in this panel discussion, our party is screwed up.
We lost the plot. We as Democrats nationally, from Latinx to defunding the police to police organizations are all racist to bringing a set of cultural wars to our schools. We are on the losing side of those cultural wars. Full stop. You are worried about bathroom access and locker room access. Why don't you focus on classroom excellence? You have 50% of our kids not reading at grade level.
Well, they can just say we can do both.
You've proven you can't, because you've permitted a 30-year low in reading and math scores, and nobody seems to be calling the whistle on this. We've lost the plot.
Why?
Because the party got unanchored. Every one of our most successful electoral presidents anchored themselves in what I call middle-class values and values that are universal, at least in this country, ascribed to. We went from acceptance to advocacy. Big difference. And I'll just take one on that I shouldn't. So here goes. I remember fighting for Title IX. Mm-hmm. The reason we are champions in women's sports in the Olympics and soccer, hockey, etc., is Title IX. Why would you undercut the premise of Title IX with the ability of trans men playing in women's sports? To me, it's insane. It's
baffling.
You're undermining one of the great accomplishments we as a country, but also spearheaded by the Democratic Party, Title IX. And we're undercutting it.
Yeah, right. There's AOC talking about you shouldn't be able to make $1 billion or you're not responsible for $1 billion. You got Kamala Harris there yammering on about the Supreme Court and the Electoral College. And then you have Rahm Emanuel, who, by the way, when he mentioned the ability of the successful presidents to tie into the middle class, kitchen table stuff, in this video, you know who he puts up there? Barack Obama, who he worked for, and Bill Clinton. Imagine if Rahm Emanuel gave that speech, that little snippet, to a current Democrat convention. He'd be booed off the stage.
Hello, my name is Bob Cento, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, scinto.com.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-1509. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-1509 or biglou.com.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stocks struggled on Wall Street today as technology stocks suffered once again, and we also had rising interest rates and concern still over the situation with Iran entirely unclear. The president suggesting that military action could come within days if no agreement is reached, even though he paused yesterday's attack that was planned for today. Now, oil finished off the highs and off the lows, down 7 cents at 108.59. It edged higher in London to $111.43 a barrel, while stocks sold off as the 10-year note yield hit nearly 4.66%. The Dow lost 322 points at 49,363. S&P down 49 or 2/3%, same as the Dow, to 73.53. Nasdaq fell 220 points. That was 0.8% to 25,870. In addition to the 10-year note hitting 4.66, the 30-year bond also closed well above 5.15%. That is the highest level since 2007, and pressured stocks throughout the day. Concerns about rising interest rates putting downward pressure on stocks, a major factor in today's trade.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 southbound closed between exits 60 and 59 for a motorcycle accident. Lower Fairfield County 95 or the Parkway northbound up to 90 minutes. Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport 84 eastbound heavy congestion through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Natch Krause with WICC Traffic.
An air quality alert will be in effect for late this evening. Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low of 70. Afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow is still hot with a high of 90. Thursday, sunny and cooler with a high 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
He's here to make the Merritt traffic just fly by. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Another day, another lawsuit from the state of Connecticut. The Attorney General, Mr. Tong, joining a federal lawsuit today against the Department of Education over new limits to student loan borrowing. Tong arguing that the limits could have implications for those looking to pursue certain careers in healthcare, like advanced nursing degrees. Remember this? When this happened a few months ago, the Trump administration wanted to reclassify this stuff. And their reasoning was, and I read, you got to look and find the other side of this. Now, you may disagree with it, but the reasoning on this was that for especially, I guess, nurses' degrees or advanced nursing degrees were a target of this, where you would have some schools offering advanced nursing degrees for, a total of $60,000 or $80,000, something like that, and you would have some more elite schools saying, well, if you want to get it from us, it's $180,000. And the Department of Education under the Trump White House, the feds are saying, hey, wait a minute here. Nursing is nursing, right? You're teaching theory, you're teaching best practices, whatever. Why the disparity here? The lawsuit from Connecticut and these other states challenges a federal rule that sets the definition of professional degrees exempt from tighter loan caps around 11 fields. Pharmacy, dentistry, veterinary medicine, chiropractic law, medicine, optometry, osteopathic medicine, podiatry, theology, and clinical psychology. Those who are not covered under the designation, like nurses and social workers and physical and occupational therapists, will be subject to stricter federal loan caps that'll be implemented in July. So what the White House and the Education Department is saying, hey, some nursing degrees, some social work degrees, and some physical therapist and occupational therapist stuff, it's too, we're not going to give you, the feds are not going to, the federal student loan, believe me, I know that. I'm still paying it for my son. Love him, though, But they're saying, hey, you're charging too much money for this because the federal loan money is available. So again, there are 11 fields that aren't going to be touched by this. Everybody's going nuts here. There are 11 fields: pharmacy, dentistry, vets, chiropractic, law, medicine, optometry, osteopathic medicine, podiatry, theology, and clinical psychology. So for those fields, the Education Department says, yeah, we'll still give you a higher limit of borrowing, but we're not going to do it for fields like nurses, social workers, occupational therapists, and physical therapists. They will be subject to stricter federal student loan caps that'll be implemented in July. Now, all right, the schools that still want people to get federal funding for this, lower your tuition, lower the costs. What do I say all the time, folks? It's about whatever you decide or talk about, whatever. It's about, in the end, it's about the costs. Connecticut is one of more than 24 states suing the department and Education Secretary Linda McMahon. The latest lawsuit is one of a litany of actions against the Trump White House that William Tong has joined or initiated over the past year and a half. New caps will apply to those who want to take out loans, attend graduate school. So for these capped fields for student loans, you would have a $20,500 annual cap and a lifetime annual cap of $100,000 for a master's degree. For professional degrees to practice things like law and medicine, there'll be a $50,000 annual cap and a $200,000 lifetime cap. Maybe it'll prevent people from graduating and then having huge debt. William Tong believes if these changes go through, it will stymie some of the excluded fields like nursing. Everybody's going nuts about the nurses here. And again, I asked this question. The last time I asked this, I had nurses, active and retired, text me saying, hey, I'm a new nurse or whatever. I just retired. And I know some people said to me, there's the limits in their minds. Now, this is unscientific. I had people texting me saying this is more than enough money to get an advanced nursing degree. The Department of Education has defended the new rule and the student loan changes, arguing it'll help students not be burdened by huge amounts of debt and will streamline the borrowing processes. And the classifications for professional students, quote, do not express a value judgment about the importance of any occupation or field. So, but again, knee-jerk reaction, Trump hates nurses. I mean, like I said, it's all about cost. And listen, in society, if you want to confront cost, sometimes you're the bad guy.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound closed between exits 60 and 59 for a motorcycle accident. Lower Fairfield County, 95 or the Parkway northbound up to 90 minutes. Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport, 84 eastbound ahead. The congestion through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low of 70. Afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, still hot with a high of 90. Thursday, sunny and cooler with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
No matter how large or small your digging project may be, no matter how urban or rural, you must always call 811 before any digging project. 811 is our national one-call number, alerting your local utility companies to come out and mark any lines they have near your dig site. So before you do this or this, make sure you do this. For digging projects big or small, make the call to 811, brought to you by Common Ground Alliance.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And you would think if some of these colleges and universities around the country that are upset about the borrowing cap being lowered, you would think that, well, all right, let's lower our charges here and maybe we can take advantage and, do what retailers do. Lower the price and work. How do I do it? Volume. That's how. You know what I mean? We charge less, but we sell more. But again, the first time this story came up, I think they cited an advanced nursing degree. I think, don't quote me on this, but I think it was Princeton. I could be wrong. That a 4-year advanced nursing degree at Princeton or two, however many, whether it's a grad degree, was 160 or 180 grand. And they said you can get the same thing at, colleges relatively close to Princeton for 60, 70, or 80 grand. So why should the feds be on the hook for all this additional student loan money? That's a rhetorical question, by the way. I think you know what this all has to do about it, huh?
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Lindsay Davis, anchor of Prime, streaming weeknights on ABC News Live. The Justice Department has issued an addendum to its sweeping settlement to end President Trump's lawsuit against the IRS. Under the terms, the IRS would be, quote, forever barred and precluded from conducting audits of tax returns filed by Donald Trump, his family, and their companies. About the other part of Trump's settlement with the IRS, the $1.8 billion compensation fund for aggrieved Americans. ABC News Chief Washington Correspondent Jonathan Karl asked Vice President J.D. Vance.
I understand that everybody is eligible to apply for this fund. I mean, you're eligible, but I assume you're not going to apply and you don't think you should get money out of this fund. Of course. So isn't it just as easy to say that people that attacked police officers should not get taxpayer money from this fund?
Well, look, John, we're not trying to give money to anybody who attacked a police officer. We're trying to give money, not give money, we're trying to compensate people where the book was thrown at them. They were mistreated by the legal system.
Islamic leaders in San Diego say victims of yesterday's gunfire at a mosque fought and died saving others. The teenage suspects took their own lives. Police Chief Scott Wall.
What you will not hear from us today is the names of these two suspects. Today is about our victims in our community.
One of the teenage shooters apparently posted a live stream of the attack before the shooters killed themselves. Georgia is reporting record-breaking turnout in its primary today. Voting is also underway in Kentucky, Alabama, Idaho, Oregon, and Pennsylvania, giving us a clearer picture of Trump's hold on his party. Today, Trump finally gave his endorsement for Texas Senate Attorney General Ken Paxton over the incumbent John Cornyn. Cornyn says Paxton will likely lose to James Tallarico if he's the Democratic nominee. Losses on Wall Street, the Dow falling 322 points following last week's record rally. You're listening to ABC News.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Memorial Day sale and get 30% off paints and stains May 15th through the 28th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
I'm Lindsay Davis. For the latest on today's headlines, be sure to watch Prime tonight starting at 7 Eastern on ABC News Live. Now, more news.
President Trump says he was an hour away from ordering more strikes on Iran this week, but then Gulf allies pressured him to hold off.
You know how it is to negotiate with a country where you're beating them badly. They come to the table, they're begging to make a deal, because they're begging to make a deal. I hope we don't have to do the work, but we may have to give them another big hit.
That construction noise in the background is the White House ballroom being built. Being built now all over Texas, solar panels in numbers big enough to make a difference.
Electricity generated by solar farms, some spreading thousands of acres, is expected to surpass coal for the first time this year within the power grid that covers most of Texas. Natural gas remains the dominant power plant fuel, but solar's share has increased from 4% to 12% since 2021. Considering the Trump administration's new restrictions on wind farms, solar may soon catch up to wind as a force behind Texas electricity. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Dallas.
Did he slip or was he pushed? The son of the billionaire founder of the fashion brand Mango has posted bail after being arrested in the death of his father in 2024 while they were hiking in Barcelona. Isaac Andic was hiking with his son when he fell off a cliff. I'm Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Former Hartford police officer Joseph Magnano is facing manslaughter charges for the shooting death of Stephen Jones. The case has generated national attention in the debate of the use of deadly force by police. Magnano was terminated by Hartford Mayor Arunan Erulampalam about a month after the February shooting. Magnano was the fourth officer to arrive on the scene after Jones' sister called police, saying he was armed with a knife and going through a mental health crisis. After demands to drop the knife, Jones continued to approach police and the public until Magnano fired his weapon 9 times on Jones, resulting in his death. 2 firefighters are injured after a house fire in West Haven. West Haven Fire Chief James O'Brien said the 2 firefighters were transported to the hospital for evaluation of minor injuries. The fire was reported Monday evening on Church Street between Savin and Kelsey Avenues, with crews seeing the fire on the second story that extended to the attic. 3 people who live in the home are receiving assistance from the American Red Cross. The cause of the fire is under investigation. And Connecticut drivers are still paying above $4 per gallon for gas. According to AAA, the average price for a gallon of regular Monday was $4.64. That's unchanged from the previous day, but prices are still up by 58 cents over the past month. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound closed between exits 60 and 59 for a motorcycle accident. Lower Fairfield County 95 or the Parkway northbound up to 90 minutes. Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport 84 eastbound. Heavy congestion through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Nash Krause with WICC Traffic.
An air quality alert will be in effect through late this evening. Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low of 70. Afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow is still hot with a high of 90. Thursday, sunny and cooler with a high 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Our good friend Megan Portfolio up for a segment that we know you love, our usual check-in with Megan at 5:15, roundabout every Tuesday here. She's been analyzing the primaries over the past few days, so we'll get some stuff from her. I wanted to mention something about our Facebook questions of the day. The one I posted the other day. Hang on, let me scroll down here. Want to make sure I get the right one here. It was this one. If the November general election, we all know our friend general election. If the general election in November is Governor Ned Lamont versus Ryan Fazio, who's your pick? Now, I don't care what people said, left, right, or indifferent. I don't care. But I looked on Facebook here at some of the metrics, insights to this. And you know how many people responded to that? Man, it's going to be an interesting race. Over 1,500 answers on this question. Now, my guess is the meta algorithm, the Facebook algorithm, probably took this question and sent it all around the tri-state area. But I don't nearly think this is going to be the blowout people think it's going to be. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So thank you for everybody answering our questions. It is it's interesting to see what people think. Whether you text us, whether you go to our Facebook page, or you ring us up now on the phone at 203-333-9422. Before we talk with Megan and kick off the final hour of the program, I have to mention this, and this happens every year, and you know it's summer when this happens, and I know you're going to be shocked. Shocked you are, I know, that there's booze involved at state park facilities, right? This was posted today at the Connecticut News Junkie. Unruly behavior leads to alcohol bans at 10 Connecticut recreation areas. The Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, DEEP, has imposed a temporary alcohol ban for 10 state rec areas. The ban is starting tomorrow, Wednesday, May 20th through Monday, August 17th. Basically, they're anticipating the wave of drunk a-holes. And you know it's not everybody, but you know, man, look at this. A temporary alcohol ban for 10 state rec areas. Gardner Lake and State Park in Salem, the Pagusset State Forest in Southbury and George Waldo State Park, the Wadsworth Falls State Park, Middletown and Middlefield, Lake Warramog in New Preston, Quadic State Park in Thompson, part of the Beach Pond Boat Launch and the Patchogue State Forest in Voluntown, the Billings Lake Road Launch in North Stonington, the Naugatuck State Forest, Naugatuck, Oxford, and Beacon Falls, Seymour Reservoir areas, the Pataconk Rec area in Chester, and a section of Rocky Neck State Park. It's because you people can't handle your alcohol, damn it. You go ahead and you freaking spoil it for everybody.
When we say you can listen to the voice of Connecticut anywhere, we really mean it. You can stream us at work or listen in your car. And that's just on your phone. We've totally redesigned our smartphone app, and now it's easier to use. Listen live, find podcasts, keep up to date with everything going on in Connecticut, and it's still totally free. Just go to your app store now and search for WICC.
We had a harsh, long, cold winter, and with spring finally here, K&J Tree Service would love to come out and do a free tree risk assessment, and I had this done at my house last year, and I'm so grateful for that. They will actually check the health of your trees and then give you recommendations on work to be done. We didn't actually have to remove any trees from our property, but tree trimming and limb removal, that was essential to make sure that our trees were in good shape. At K&J Tree Service, they are also offering special discounts to my listeners, including $250 off of jobs that are $2,500 or more, $500 off of jobs that are $5,000 or more. Is your yard ready for spring after this terrible winter? At K&J Tree Service, they care for your trees like your family. Schedule a free tree health assessment today and let the experts ensure that your trees are going to thrive in these warmer months ahead. Check out kjtreeservice.com to book that free evaluation. That's kjtreeservice.com or call 203-248-TREE.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Concert season is underway and doing well. Saturday, May 23rd, Dave Matthews and John Fogerty jam the Greenwich Town Party. Also, Saturday, May 23rd, Charlie Puth plays the Mohegan Sun Arena. Thursday, May 28th, got another great pair of shows to pick from. Lou Graham at the Stanford Center for the Arts or Khalid at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Friday, May 29th, check out 5 Seconds of Summer at Mohegan Sun. On Saturday, May 30th, Air Supply is also playing Mohegan Sun. Kicking off June with a big one, Jason Mraz coming to Foxwoods on Friday, June 5th. Saturday, June 6th, Machine Gun Kelly at the Meadows Music Theater in Hartford. Tuesday, June 9th, it's Devo at Capitol Theater in Port Chester. And Monday, June 22nd, Post Malone and Jelly Roll come to Rentschler Field in Hartford.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of Dutchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Dutchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 southbound is closed between exit 60 and exit 59 because of a motorcycle accident. Lower Fairfield County 95 north, hour and 20. Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway northbound, maybe a couple of minutes faster. And in Danbury, Triangle Street is closed in both directions between Leamak Ave and Sheridan Street because of emergency utility work. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low of 70. Afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, still hot with a high of 90. Thursday, sunny and cooler with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We're celebrating 100 years as the voice for Fairfield County. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I just watching the surviving, the surviving Castro guy on Cuba. Was that Fidel's brother, I think? The guy's like 94, 95. It's enough. Get out. Man, that Cuba situation, not good there. Bring you know what Trump should do? Hire the mob again and let him run Cuba the way they used to. Bring back the Mambo Kings. Where's Desi Arnaz? Is Desi in the house? Oh, man. No, man. I mean, seriously, let it be, the way it used to be, with a mob ran the resorts there. My parents used to tell me about people in their generation in the early to mid to late 50s. You'd go honeymoon in Cuba. Not this week, kids. Megan Portfolio joins us right now. There's a segue for you, the Hartford Portfolio. Megan, how are you?
Hey, how you doing, Paul?
I'm going all right. Everything good with you? How's Bruno, first of all? How's the dog?
Oh, he's there's a little bit of thunder. So
oh, boy. And does he not like that?
Well, he feels like he has to save me, so he's getting all fired up and running around downstairs to protect me from that thunder. He's very loyal.
Yeah, good boy. Hey, listen, I'm glad you wrote the piece you wrote this week, because I was wondering, in the whole shenanigans with John Larson and Luke Bronin and Jillian Gilchrist and everything, and Ruth Fortune, if she can get enough signatures there, what is up with the labor movement and now this sort of maybe changing of the guard here for Democrats, not only around the country, but here in Connecticut?
Yeah, this is very interesting. I don't normally weigh in on politics. I just don't have the stomach for it. Mm-hmm. But I do follow organized labor very closely, and I found this very interesting post on Facebook. So right after the big upset with the former mayor of Hartford, Luke Bronin, beating John Larson, which I was like, holy cow, I never thought that would ever happen. One of the communications guys that asked me counsel for I don't know why people post this stuff on social media, but he went on social media saying it was one of the proudest nights on earth having Luke Bronin win, which is which is kind of like this thing with these younger generations. They're so reliant on government, and they just follow these politicians, like these politicians are going to cure all their ails. Well, it didn't stop there. One of the he actually just retired, but one of the very, very well-known lobbyists, Brian Anderson for AFSCME, was like, hey, wait a minute. Why are we celebrating John Larson losing? He has got, 100% voting record with Labor. He's always supported us. And these younger generations, it's all about identity, what group fit in and what label you have. And he's basically saying, like, throw the baby boomers out with the water is what he said, referring to all the older generation as geriatric. It was actually, I was a little like, hey, let's show a little respect. I mean, I know I don't necessarily agree with John Larson's policies, but I mean, you kind of have to respect the older generations. They paved the way for us. They paved the way for, this young guy to be doing what he's doing at AFSCME because of people like John Larson. So there was this whole back and forth with them. The older guy defending Larson and the younger guy calling him geriatric. Hey, I'm not even going to get Social Security. We need somebody young, somebody with, good social media presence. That's the way great policy is shaped through
social media.
TikTok is.
I mean, and I don't know these guys from Adam who you mentioned there. I think I've seen their post once or twice, but some of the younger now I've been on this show and I will not back away from saying the same thing you did. I can disagree with John Larson. I used to work in Hartford. I had him in the studio a couple of times. We talked about infrastructure and I-91 and I-84. But listen, the guy's got a constituency. And Megan, it's weird. This is the exact, if we can use the word, old line John Larson, Joe Biden, Ed Rendell type of Democrat that used to get the labor vote without even trying. And now
it's not going to be that easy anymore.
Yeah, and I think he's been a dog about Social Security and a tag dog on that, whatever. And I just wonder, and I'm not trying to sound like the old white pudgy guy from Wallingford, which I am. I'm not trying to sound that way, but what are these people thinking? I mean, Larson does have some seniority, and if certain things are going to get passed or not passed, they have to run by him. Do you think they just don't have the concept, for lack of a better term, of how things work?
I don't know. And I've seen it in New York City with the this Mamdani winning his election. He was able to pull in these young union Democrat socialist activists. He was able to energize them. And these are this isn't your typical Democrat. This is like the free lunch bunch. These are the ones that want health care for. They want from cradle to grave to be taken care of by government. And if you can get enough of these young people energized and, tell them, hey, we're just going to tax the rich and then give you everything for free, they're able to energize the vote. And it's interesting in Connecticut because the unions have been so strong here, and all the members have always been lockstep. Like the union says, you support this person, and they go out, they go door knocking. But now you have this generational divide, so it's going to be interesting to see. It basically watch them, eat their own at this point.
Yeah, and I remember when President Obama was in office, and he would say something that I think is not being said enough today. When Mr. Obama was asked, well, blah blah blah, can you do this? And he would say, listen, I'm in the big office, but there's only so much I can do. And I think part of the frustration with younger voters, primarily on the Democratic side, both locally and in D.C., is, Megan, they don't understand that, it can take a long time, but there's a process there. And sometimes that process is made to make change very hard. They might not like it, but that's the way it is.
Oh, I mean, the government's designed to be a bureaucracy because we don't want somebody coming in and, hitting their hand on the desk, change this, do this now, because, there's implications to every policy that's created. Yeah. But these younger people, and this is not about politics right now. This is I follow what they want for policy. And if these young folks are getting energized, they're going to be splitting the union vote, and we don't know what we're going to end up having. And I mean, you see people. I just saw something on Capitol Report today, like a 4% surcharge when the guy running against Lamont
Josh
in the
Elliott.
primary.
Yeah.
I couldn't think of his name for a second there. I knew it was Josh. But,
Yeah.
I mean, he's already putting this stuff out there, and then he's telling, they're telling these young people, the young followers, that, hey, we're just going to tax the rich, and we're going to pay for college. We're going to pay for this. We're going to pay for that. Well, it's not realistic.
And Megan, finally on that, and I did about a half an hour on that. Listen, he's going right for the jugular here, because on social issues, Lamont is right when he was on the other day with Dennis House and said, hey, just look at our record. I mean, on stuff like ICE and Trump and abortion and SNAP, he is pretty progressive, but it's on that tax thing where, oddly enough, he caucuses kind of with the Republicans on this. So I'm not too surprised that immediately Josh Elliott is going dollars and cents here. And look, I don't think he'll win a primary, but I can actually imagine a huge upset, especially now. You probably think I'm nuts, but I can imagine that.
No, I mean, I've worked in, this is why I don't like politics, because I actually worked in it. I mean, it's about the hustle. Whoever's going to hustle the most, I mean, money is very, very important, probably one of the most important things when you're running for office. But if you have that hustle and you have that infrastructure, and which they do with the unions, and if you can sway all these young union guys to support you, I mean, there's going to be no easy race. I mean, every race is open for both Republicans and Democrats. It's just like on the hustle. I mean, you got to get out and do your doors and get your message out there. What policies are you going to implement when you get into office?
All right, check it out, folks. The name of the piece, Generational Fault Lines. Bronin's upset win over Larson exposes tension within Connecticut's labor movement. Megan Portfolio.
It's going to be very fun to watch this.
Oh, my God. Get all the snacks, get some adult beverages, and I'm there, right there. All right, Megan Portfolio.
I'll pop the popcorn, Paul.
Absolutely. I'll bring the pork rinds. Thanks, Meg. Appreciate it.
All right, bye.
Thanks. Yeah, this is a good piece here, because think about it. The older union guys and gals in this race are big Larson people. But the younger, maybe the lower paying guys and gals, they may go with Bronin or maybe even Jillian Gilchrist. Some wild stuff. All right, we'll finish it up with some odds and ends on the other side, and calls and texts as well right here. WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound is closed between exit 60 and exit 59 because of a motorcycle accident. Lower Fairfield County 95 north, hour and 20. Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway northbound, maybe a couple of minutes faster. And in Danbury, Triangle Street is closed in both directions between Leamak Ave and Sheridan Street because of emergency utility work. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
An air quality alert will be in effect through late this evening. Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low of 70. Afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow is still hot with a high of 90. Thursday, sunny and cooler with a high 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
Warmer weather is finally here, and that means cookouts,
ball games,
and maybe enjoying some time on the water.
But it also means lots of heavy food, sweets, and maybe an extra adult beverage or two. Thank goodness we both take Active Liver from New Nordic. Did you know your liver works around the clock processing food, sugar, alcohol, and everyday toxins? All the things that can really impact your health.
That's why daily support matters. Active Liver is designed to protect normal liver function and support your body's natural detox process.
With trusted natural ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and artichoke extract, it's gentle enough to take all year long.
No harsh cleanses, no extreme detoxes, just simple daily liver support. We really feel the difference.
Active Liver helps us enjoy the good things in life with peace of mind that our liver isn't working overtime. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com, and you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
2 college students charged in connection with a fire that damaged a Fairfield shopping plaza following the 2024 SantaCon Beach gathering have been granted accelerated rehabilitation, giving them a chance to avoid criminal convictions if they stay out of trouble for 2 years and complete 150 hours of community service. Prosecutors said 21-year-old Henry Hirsch and 20-year-old Samuel Archer accidentally sparked the blaze at Heritage Square Plaza after smoking marijuana and playing with matches near piles of leaves, causing an estimated $400,000 in damage. Surveillance video shows the pair and others unsuccessfully trying to extinguish the fire before leaving the scene. Despite opposition from the state, a judge approved the diversionary program after noting the students had paid a $10,000 insurance deductible, remained arrest-free for more than a year, and expressed remorse in court. Norwalk police say 2 people are in custody and 5 pounds of cannabis products are off the streets. This follows the execution of search warrants at Wally Convenience and King's Tobacco after detectives determined employees at both stores were selling marijuana products without state dispensary licenses. The first raid at Wally Convenience unveiled more than 4 pounds of cannabis products and resulted in the arrest of 28-year-old Imad Alaudi. The second raid ended in the arrest of Sarai Sala of Brooklyn, New York, and unveiled more than 1.5 pounds of cannabis. The bond for Alaudi was set at $50,000, while Salah's bond is $1,000. 100 people are under arrest following an investigation into an illegal gambling and cockfighting ring at a Tolland residence. State police carried out a search warrant at a Mountain Spring Road residence on Saturday, located 273 birds on the property, and seized about $90,000 in cash. The homeowners, Elvin Miranda and Lisa Miranda, were booked for cruelty to animals, professional gambling, operating a gambling premise, and risk of injury to a minor. The seized birds had to be euthanized. The National Weather Service is issuing a heat advisory for certain Connecticut counties today. The advisory took effect today at 11 a.m. and will be in place through 8 p.m. on Wednesday. Temperatures could reach up to 96 degrees before cooler temperatures prevail on Thursday and throughout the weekend. The advisory calls for people to drink plenty of fluids and stay in air-conditioned environments if possible. An air quality alert was also put into effect by the State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. State officials are announcing an annual alcohol ban for 10 state recreation areas. The State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection Agency said the temporary ban begins May 20th and runs through August 17th. DEEP said the seasonal bans come due to increased crowding and alcohol consumption, which have contributed to misconduct, unruly behavior, property damage, trespassing, and complaints from visitors. More information on the ban can be found on the agency's website. Governor Ned Lamont held a bill signing ceremony this morning in Hartford for Public Act 2642, eliminating previously enacted restrictions in state law that limited where voters were allowed to vote in Connecticut elections and primaries with absentee ballots. With this change, all qualified voters in the state will now have the option of accessing absentee ballots to vote in all elections and primaries. Modifying the law is the result of the approval by Connecticut voters of a constitutional amendment that appeared as a ballot question in the November 5th, 2024 election. The U.S. Department of Justice is suing the state over a new law prohibiting agents from wearing masks. The law passed through the General Assembly and was signed into law over the spring session. It establishes, quote, protected areas where people cannot be arrested for civil offenses and prohibits law enforcement officers from wearing masks while on duty.
These are places, actually, people like to use this word sanctuary. These are actual sanctuaries. Houses of God. Also sensitive places include places like schools where there are children, because we love our children.
The Justice Department says the law is, quote, blatantly unconstitutional, saying the state doesn't have the authority to tell federal agents what they can and can't do. Attorney General William Tong says the state will, quote, vigorously defend the law, saying it is, quote, necessary to protect public safety. The Connecticut State Colleges and Universities Systems Board of Regents Chair Marty Guay is resigning amid an investigation into possible wrongdoing. Guay had originally planned to step down later this year, but decided to submit his resignation effective immediately. It comes while an investigation into former interim Chancellor John Maduco is ongoing. The woman who made the claims against Maduco says she would have come forward earlier, but Guay told her he had fired someone for making a sexual harassment complaint in the past. Guay said he is confident the independent review process, quote, will be conducted thoroughly and transparently. Prior to the resignation announcement, Governor Ned Lamont spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 about Guay's leadership and the ongoing investigation.
Look, he's been a strong leader for the system. I've got to talk to him. It was really important that we get this investigation out, make it public, and show no stone unturned.
Hartford Democratic State Senator Doug McCrory did not earn his party's endorsement to retain his seat. McCrory has served in state government for more than 2 decades, but the Democratic endorsement for the state's 2nd Senate district is going to State Representative Miriam Khan of Windsor. McCrory will have to overcome the endorsement and a third challenger, Ayanna Taylor, to retain his seat. By the third and final round of voting, McCrory received just 1 delegate compared to 38 for Khan and 30 for Taylor. McCrory is under an ongoing FBI investigation for directing public money to nonprofits and businesses in Hartford. And Marco Antonio Solis is coming to Uncasville. The iconic Mexican singer announced his, quote, gratitude tour on social media with 21 dates planned. He will be playing at the Mohegan Sun Arena on August 19th. Tickets go on sale to the general public May 22nd. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound is closed between exit 60 and exit 59 because of a motorcycle accident. Lower Fairfield County 95 north, hour and 20. Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway northbound, maybe a couple of minutes faster. And in Danbury, Triangle Street is closed in both directions between Leamak Ave and Sheridan Street because of emergency utility work. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low of 70. Afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Still hot with a high of 90. Thursday, sunny and cooler with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And look, I want to be fair to the guy. 5:38, by the way, almost 21 before the top of the hour. It looks like, and it sounds like, it sounds like Governor Ned Lamont is trying to do a balancing act here regarding a program that sounds like it would be a no-brainer, right? But because it comes from the Trump White House, and because it is aimed at schools and schooling, it's going to be really interesting to see how the governor reacts to this. So what am I talking about? Well, there is a program out there that was in the One Big Beautiful Bill. Remember that? And apparently, you can get a $1,700 federal education tax credit if you donate to scholarship organizations. Now, the federal tax credit scholarship program, follow along here. The individual involved here would get a dollar-for-dollar federal tax credit if they make contributions to qualified scholarship granting organizations. So let's say you're sitting there and you want to reduce your tax liability. And if you can just bump it down a little less than $2,000, you fall into another tax bracket. We all know how this works, right? So under the Trump program, if you donate $1,700 to an approved SGO, a scholarship granting organization, your federal tax bill is reduced by $1,700. So that's not bad. It's a one-for-one shift here. Now, here's the tricky part. The teachers' unions hate this. See, you got to understand something. That you probably do. Any program that keeps 1 cent away from the public school system, most of the unionized teacher programs and the unionized flunkies act like this is Armageddon here. I mean, call Bruce Willis and the crew there and plant a nuke and blow it up. It's a charitable contribution mechanism where the IRS returns your donation to you in the form of a lower tax bill. So again, this is not hard. It's $1,700. I don't know if you can do it for less, but they came up with a figure of $1,700. So you're there going, all right, let's give $1,700 to this organization, and it'll lower our tax bill. But the problem is these, what you call the SGOs, the scholarship granting organizations, a lot of times can be religious-based, a lot of times can be giving out scholarships to charter schools, to private schools, and this drives the teachers' unions crazy. So the interesting part here is the Republican caucus in the Senate today sent the governor a letter saying, hey, Governor, you at face value, you said a few months ago this is like a no-brainer. I don't know whether that's a direct quote. I read the letter a little earlier. You said this is a no-brainer, but here's the thing. It's not automatic, and states have to opt in. Well, guess who hasn't opted in yet? Governor Ned Lamont. In order for Connecticut residents to benefit from this tax break, the governor must formally opt in by submitting a list of qualified SGOs to the U.S. Treasury. In other words, the governor's office would say, hey, we'll do this, right? And this is here are the 15 or 20 or 30, 40 organizations in Connecticut that give out scholarships to the underprivileged, Black and Hispanic kids whose parents want to get them out of crappy schools, whatever. So we're just going to keep an eye on this, because this will tell you how much of a leash and a collar the school unions have on the governor. And I hate to put it that way, because there's a visual there. Bark like a dog, Ned. No, you know what I mean? So again, this was in that big, beautiful bill of a year and a half ago, very contentious bill. And that would allow you or anybody you know to donate up to $1,700 to a specific Connecticut-based scholarship granting organization. You do $1,700, you give the feds the information, the IRS says, all right, we're going to cut your federal tax bill by $1,700 because it may work out for you, because putting out the $1,700, if that gets you into a lower tax bracket, then you can save money. We all know how this stuff works. But again, there's already been a shot across the bow once or twice by the teachers, and the teachers union say, Ned, we don't want you to help those charter schools because, you know, how dare a young black or Hispanic child get a better education? So we'll see how this shakes out, because this is going to be fun.
Sono Collision, Fairfield County's best for top quality collision repairs. We deliver unmatched precision and care to restore your vehicle. Trust us for excellence. Visit sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955.
This is Mar Jennings, and I'm inviting you to join me for an unforgettable and inspiring night. My brand new one-man show. It's funny, it's heartfelt, it's all true. Come laugh with me, reflect with me, and maybe even see your own story in mine. Friday, May 22nd at the Sacred Heart Community Theater in Fairfield. 100% of the proceeds are going to the Center for Family Justice. Tickets are on sale now.
For the best FCAC high school baseball and lacrosse coverage, listen to Bats and Sticks with Dave Rudin. Tune in every Sunday at 11 a.m. on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Bats and Sticks, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food served fast.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound is closed between exit 60 and exit 59 for a serious motorcycle crash. 84 eastbound accident reported in Danbury approaching the Super 7, also in Danbury. Triangle Street is closed between Leamak Ave and Sheridan Streets because of an emergency utility work. 95 or the Parkway northbound, land on an hour and 20 from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
An air quality alert will be in effect for late this evening. Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low of 70. Afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow is still hot with a high of 90. Thursday, sunny and cooler with a high 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
And you think you've got opinions. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
And again, let me read this. It's a short letter from some members of the Republican Senate caucus in Hartford. It's signed by our friends Steve Harding, Henry Martin, Rob Sampson, and Paul Ciccarella. It's a pretty simple letter. Indulge me for about a minute here. Dear Governor Lamont, 9 months ago, our Senate Republican caucus wrote you a letter. In that letter of August 19th, we highlighted that beginning in 2027, individuals can get a full dollar-for-dollar tax credit of up to $1,700 a year for donations to educational nonprofits that fund K-12 scholarships for low and middle-income students. And folks, that's a distinction here. The teachers' unions will whine about this, saying, well, somebody in Greenwich can use it. No, it says right here, these scholarships are primarily intended for low and middle income students. You know, the students that Democrats claim to represent. Eligible scholarships can cover tuition, books, tutoring, transportation, uniforms, special needs services, and educational technology. Parents and students will get these scholarships tax-free. 9 months ago, we noted that you had recently been asked about this on News 12's Power and Politics show. You said it's interesting, quote unquote, and you again said, quote, you need to look at the details of it. You added, how do you say no to free money? We're trying to see the details of it. We'll know by the end of the year. Governor, we continue to agree with you. You summed it up last August. How do you say no to free money? They continue here. We feel Connecticut should opt into this groundbreaking school choice provision, which uplifts students and empowers families. 31 states, including New York, have already done so. I'll read that line again. 31 states, including the state of New York, have already done so. Thank you for your attention to this important education issue. Signed, Henry Martin, Rob Sampson, Steve Harding, and Paul Ciccarella. And again, if you give the $1,700 to be used for scholarships, it doesn't come out of the state coffers. The $1,700 credit is a credit on your federal taxes. So the only reason that the governor would say no to this is because the teachers' unions and the rank and file members of the teachers' unions are going to bitch and whine and moan about it. And we've already seen some of the rhetoric, well, these programs really don't work. And this is how, see, this is why it's very tough for me to vote for a Democrat. It is, I'm sorry. It just is. Because they cower at the, and you see that even blue states are doing this around the country. But here in Connecticut, the teachers' unions have this outsized influence on what goes on in Hartford. Now, they can donate. That's fine. They can vote the way they want. That's fine. But what is the downside to this? The $1,700 credit, $1,700 credit is not coming out of state coffers. It's $1,700 less the Trump federal government would get. I would think people would like it just because of that. And then the governor would have to put a list out there of saying, okay, here's where your $1,700 can go to get the federal tax credit. What is the problem here? Why? Well, it's a rhetorical question. We know why he's waiting. He's probably figuring, how much of a blowback am I going to get? You know what, Governor? Just do it. Just freaking do it. And if the teachers' unions bitch and moan at you, you know what I would say? Honestly, I'm a two-term governor. Go pound sand. And twice on Sunday. But again, see, there is a faction of organized teacher labor. And I know some of these people. They're friends of mine. I have a buddy of mine who's a teacher. He detests charter schools. He can't stand them. And I would say to him, yeah, but bro, they do have some good alternative programs for young black and Hispanics. I don't care. It keeps money out of the public school system. That's a constitutional right. Oof. Judy in Stratford's here. Judy, good afternoon. How are you?
Do I have to talk about politics?
You can talk about whatever you'd like.
Well, now you know what happened to those poor chickens.
Yeah, I guess they just leave them there and they rot and the birds come and it's
they were euthanized. So
yeah.
275.
Yeah, well,
people.
But again, Judy, it's interesting you read about this.
And I got to tell you another thing. Don't hang up.
Yeah.
Oh, are you done?
Yeah.
You wanted to say
you got to turn your radio down in the background, Judy. I'm hearing it. Yeah, this and yet there are people in certain cultures, Judy, where this cockfighting thing is no big deal.
I heard you yesterday. You looked it up, found out where it originated.
Yeah.
Second thing, CBS News. We have to listen to ABC News just to get that.
Well,
you took it off.
Yeah, CBS is done. It's too bad. I know. I have friends.
Number 3.
Yeah, I have friends of mine that work there. It's too bad, but go ahead.
It really is.
Yeah.
I was curious to see what you guys were going to put on.
Yeah.
ABC.
Yeah.
And number 3, you better watch out when you go visit your son in New York.
Oh, well.
I was hoping to call earlier.
Trust me. Number one, his house does have a driveway, and it's in a decent section of
Do you know what
Queens.
I'm talking about?
Yeah. Well, all the violence in the subway?
No.
What?
That poor woman, she got stepped out of her SUV.
Oh, the manhole.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Oh my goodness.
Can you imagine? And Judy, those things are not light. Somebody did. I mean, they weigh a couple of 100 pounds, I think.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That is just, I mean, I don't think it was a construction crew. Apparently she stepped out of a cab or something and right down the hole. Oh,
yep,
my
she did.
God.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that? Oh, geez.
Oh. Can you imagine getting out of your car and just go?
And just going to, somebody's going to have to write a big check to her family, I would think. Judy, thanks. Appreciate it. Thanks. Yeah, in case you didn't hear that, folks, a woman got out of a ride share or a cab in New York, and you know how you open the door and you put your foot down and maybe she's looking to pay or run her credit card or whatever, and there was a missing manhole cover. And she fell about 10 or 12 feet, into the, normally guys would take a ladder down there, whatever, and she's dead. So did how, if you're a construction crew, how do you, those manhole covers, those things aren't, you got to use a couple of pry bars and it's 2 or 3 people to get that stuff up there. Man, yikes. All right, let's put a cap on the traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound is closed between exit 60 and exit 59 for a serious motorcycle crash. 84 eastbound accident reported in Danbury approaching the Super 7, also in Danbury. Triangle Street is closed between Leamak Ave and Sheridan Streets because of an emergency utility work. 95 or the Parkway northbound, land on an hour and 20 from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy and mild overnight with a low of 70. Afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, still hot with a high of 90. Thursday, sunny and cooler with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If you get injured in an accident, it can feel like you're out there all by yourself. Insurance companies send an army of lawyers after you to lowball your claim, deny coverage, and force you to settle. At Trantolo & Trantolo, we've been standing up to the insurance companies for more than 85 years. We're on your side, and we'll get you what you're entitled to. We don't get paid until you do. If you're injured, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at TrantoloLaw.com. That's TrantoloLaw.com.
Now through Friday only, the Voice of Connecticut May Savings Auction is on. Home improvements, spa services, furniture, all starting at 50% off. $5,000 of outdoor furniture for $2,500. A $9,000 hot tub for $4,000. A wedding package for $50,000, only $1,200. All items from local businesses and all bids start at 50% off. Go to voiceofct.com. Click the May auction banner. That's voiceofct.com. Click the May auction banner. Bid and save.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Yeah, I just checked that story, and apparently the woman did not get out of a ride share. It was at night. She got out of her car's, a Mercedes. She parked it on the road, and I guess because it was darkish, she got out and stepped right into the hole. She was killed by the super hot steam that you see coming out of those manholes at night. And apparently New York officials they don't think it was sabotage or anything. A truck, they were reviewing video footage, and a truck turned a corner. And I guess the way the multi-axle wheels and tires hit the manhole cover, it popped it out and dragged it a few feet. Man, oh, man. We end with this, chiefexecutive.net. And again, it's, I guess, a financial website for chief executives. An annual survey of, this was a few weeks ago, of more than 650 CEOs, business owners, presidents, with representatives from every state, showing the worst and best states for business. How do you think Connecticut did, huh? How do you think? How do you think Connecticut did? Well, the number one state is Texas. Top 5, Texas, Florida, Tennessee, North Carolina, and Georgia. What's the common denominator there? South Carolina, Ohio, let's see, and Arkansas rounding out the top 8. Connecticut comes in at a robust number 42, ahead of only, Minnesota, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Oregon, Washington, Illinois, New York, and California. There you go. We are constantly in the low to mid 40s, upper 40s, and yet year after year, we have to make Connecticut better for business. We need to help our business rankings. It's too expensive to operate here. And you know what happens? Nothing. Folks, have a great night. Another hot night out there. Crank up the AC. Chris Williams, thank you.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. We're learning there will be perpetual protection for the president under his settlement with the IRS. ABC Stephen Portnoy.
An order from the acting attorney general has the Justice Department agreeing it is forever barred and precluded from pursuing any currently pending matters against Donald Trump, his family, or Trump-affiliated entities. The order specifically mentions any tax returns filed up to the date of the settlement of the lawsuit. The order, which does not spell out or speak to any matters which might be pending, is signed by Todd Blanche, who previously served as the president's personal defense lawyer.
About the other part of the settlement, Vice President J.D. Vance says that using nearly $2 billion taxpayer dollars to compensate wronged Americans would finally put an end to what happened on January 6th.
Let's turn the page on this thing that we did under the last administration where we tried to throw people in prison because they had the wrong politics. Let's throw people in prison who broke the law.
He didn't rule out paying compensation to people convicted of assaulting police officers that day. ABC's Alex Stone is in San Diego with new information about the teenagers who shot up an Islamic center, killing 3 before killing themselves.
We have learned from sources that they were recording and live streaming this event as well. Law enforcement is reviewing very graphic video that was posted to a Gore website that showed this unfolding live and the end of it happening live as well, where they took their own lives. And so that is a part of this investigation. But it appears that they planned this. They had a lot of hate, and they arrived here at the center yesterday, and they carried this out.
President Trump says he was an hour away from ordering more strikes on Iran this week, but then Gulf allies pressured him to hold off.
Yeah, it was all done. The boats, the ships are all loaded. They're loaded to the brim, and we're all set to start.
Brent crude at $107 a barrel now. You're listening to ABC News.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to